My dad and one of my friends and I would all go out to check out places where apparently people were staying that shouldn't be. I mean, we had more than enough private property signs, and they're just annoying, especially if they're potentially doing lawless activities on our property. So one night, we have such an event. Someone's been sleeping in one of our cabins. Yes, it's derelict, but it's ours, and apparently, they look like they're crackheads. Ah, great. Not only have we got to clear it up, but we're also going to have to take out some drugs so nobody or any of our animals can get hurt on them. Unfortunately for us, we have to check it out quick because my mum's getting really worried and nightfall's about to set, which only makes it worse for us. We walk up there and we're just having a laugh saying, I hope they're not armed, because I know that we are. All of us have rifles on us and my dad has a shotgun. If it comes to it, heck, we're going to light them up. I'm not going to take any risks, and the law's not going to be on their side if they're already breaking the law but also trespassing on our property. We get in there and it's quiet. Just too quiet. My dad said he's going to go outside for a cigarette. I decide to join him. We're really confused because we had seen them a couple of nights ago. They must still be around here. Eventually all of us are outside. I turn my back on the cabin for 1 second and I hear a loud pitched scream. It makes me drop my cigarette. I look around and can't find the source of the sound. We all have our hands on our weapons. We now see a faint glow behind us. I suddenly have this warm feeling. I'm not one to believe in the paranormal, but it's strange. I turn round and to my horror, the entire cabin's been set on fire. I mean, not like a normal natural fire you could start with even a match, like the whole thing had been doused in gasoline. Like somebody was waiting for us to stay in there, heard the door close, and then tried to burn us alive. We never actually found out who did this, but my god, would we have let them have it if we found them. We called the police, but unfortunately, as the cabin had burnt down, there was no evidence in there, and the case remains unsolved to this day. This is my mum's story that happened when she's about 18 years old. Back then she lived in a small town in Germany and she would go on bike tours frequently. This particular day, she wanted to ride the bike to the forest, have a picnic there and ride back home. She had done that a bunch of times and said it wasn't an unsafe place to be, and she would always set up her stuff near the road, just in case. Anyway, when she almost got to the spot she usually goes, there's a boy fixing his bike. My mum said he's maybe 14. My mum wasn't on the bike anymore. She was wheeling it because she was almost there. When passing the guy, he jumps her, and the next thing she knows, she's face down on the ground. She instantly starts yelling at him to get off and what are you doing? He instantly gets up. But my mum takes the opportunity to get the hell out of there. My mum didn't call the cops or anything because, well, nothing happened. This isn't all though. Fast forward 4 or 5 years on, a few towns over, this guy's on the news for murder. He would wait for women in the park, pounce on them and kill them. My mum was just glad that this happened when she was younger, because if he was older he might have been stronger and managed to get her dead in the forest. I like primitive camping, and me and my wife go out sometimes by ourselves. We usually bring the dog and spend a couple of nights. This time we invited some friends for drinking. Anyway, on the first day, we heard a vehicle coming down the road. Not odd. There are maybe 10 sites or more several miles down the road. It's a dirt road, with nothing there but these primitive sites. One way in and one way out. What's odd though, is that the vehicle that they see is a meat packing truck. It was old, really old, and the lettering was faded. It was faded in beige. None of us really made out the person driving it. There were no plates on the back either. So we all get creeped out collectively, but kind of decide it's not too weird. Maybe they're just renting it out for the cheap. Flash forward to the morning. My mum calls. She's panicking. Freaking out. Apparently, some hikers were literally abducted within a few miles of us. There are several girls out at our site too. And my mum's convinced it was the people we saw. I wasn't 100% certain, so pull out my GPS. It was less than half a mile from where we were. I don't remember much of what happened after, but we got the hell out of there. When I was a kid, I grew up at a campground. I'd literally spend the whole summer there, as a relative managed it and worked night security, so I'd been camping throughout my life. On my 21st birthday, some buddies and I decided to go on a trip and do some real camping away in the bush. We Google Maps'd a nice spot near a river along the coast of Lake Superior, out of our way. It was only a few hours to boat there, and we would canoe along the beach for a few miles to get to this spot. We're talking real remote. The nearest road was 5 miles away, and other than trekking through the woods, the only way to get there would be to go back the way we come from, along the beach. So we set up camp near dark, got a nice fire going, and just drank for a few hours. So around midnight, we're all getting tired. After all the paddling and stuff, we were pretty ready to get our tents out. Now, even though I've been camping my whole life, I'm still a light sleeper. I can hear something moving around outside the tents normally. Now right now, I hear heavy footsteps. They're clearly from shoes. I assume it's not an animal, I mean obviously, but it's just one of my friends going to use the bathroom. Even though I don't hear any zipper sounds to the tent, the steps begin to slowly fade away towards the beach. After about 20 minutes or so, I forget about them and begin to drift off to sleep. The next morning, we all get up and start making breakfast and collecting wood. The walking never comes up and we carry on. Now later in the day, we all head to the river to do some fishing and split off into groups. I'm fishing with the friend in the tent next to mine when the other guys split off. He starts saying if I heard anything last night. I tell him about the footsteps and he nods. He then tells me that about an hour after they walked off, they came back. I mention to him that it's probably someone from camp, and he tells me that he doesn't think so because they never went to a tent. He says that the steps walked past the tent, then carried on into the woods. Now jump forward to the last day of the trip. No steps are heard, all throughout the week. Until last night. We're all settled in nice and early, and we have to pack up our stuff and paddle back. And about half an hour in, I can hear steps off at the back edge of the clearing again. They're kind of faint, but as I can start to hear them more clearly, they picked up the pace until they're at full run. and they storm past all the tents into the beach again. We're talking full sprint, like you're running for your life, and it's loud as hell. This time, everyone wakes up and climbs out of their tents, flashlights and everything. We all jump out, but there's literally no signs whatsoever that anybody ran here. The soil in the area is fairly soft. If it was a deer or bear, there's going to be clear footprints, but a human? That would definitely leave some. Not even the grass was disturbed. I've never seen anything like it. Being in such a remote area, I really think it must have been something paranormal. Nobody got any sleep after that. We all pack up our stuff except the chairs, and wait around the fire until the sun comes up, paranoid and ready. One of my buddies suggested it could be a Wendigo, but I don't know. Scared the life out of me. My family owned lots of swampland, and we had small cabins set up on some of these, because it could be really nice as a getaway sometimes. There's something about being out in nature which is just so relaxing and nice. All of that changed one day, however. When I was about 14, me and my best friend stayed in the cabin. We mostly played video games, and just had a good laugh. One night there was a really big thunderstorm, and we had to retreat from the cabin to get back inside. Now the next morning, my friend looked out the window and said, "Oh, I thought we were staying in the closest one to us." I said, "What are you talking about? We were." He said, "No, we couldn't have been." I looked out the window, and to my amazement, the cabin was no longer there. I then rushed downstairs to tell my dad, wondering what on earth has happened, and my mum meets me halfway up the stairs saying, "You're not going to believe what's happened. The ground that was underneath the cabin you two boys were staying in has collapsed, and the cabin's gone." To this day, it's one thing that's horrified me more than anything. The fact that we were so close to danger and didn't even know it. Heck, nobody knew it. These events took place in the spring of 2014. My friend Samantha and Tanny had finally agreed to come camping with me. The problem is that none of us were experienced in surviving the wilderness, but that didn't stop us. We packed up our gear, loaded up on food, alcohol, and made our way to our location. When we arrived at the spot, Sarah had Googled. We realized that we would have to hike for a while in order to find a spot suitable for camping. We hiked for some time before reaching a clearing. We set up camp and started a fire, opening a bottle of tequila. After some drinking and smoking a bit, I decided to start preparing dinner, so I left Samantha and Tanny by the fire as I was separating our dinner. As I was busy separating, I realised a man's approaching our camp. "Hey there," he said with a thick Irish accent. I was caught off guard as I wasn't expecting to see anyone, but nonetheless, he seems friendly, so I reply, "Oh, hey, I didn't even notice you. Been hiking for a while?" "Yeah, for a bit." "What you cooking there?" He gestures to me. I invited him to join us because I'm not rude, and he seems nice. So we walk over to the fire where I introduce him to the others, who seem extremely unimpressed about our new guest. After eating dinner, we kept drinking, but during this time, it was becoming very clear that our guest had really taken a liking to me. He kept trying to move closer to me and was paying little to no attention to my friends. He was only speaking and focusing on me while drinking his bottle of whiskey. That's when things took a turn and his conversations become weird, making everyone uncomfortable. But it wasn't until he leant over, grabbed the back of my neck and said, "Come on, babe, get rid of these two idiots and come into the woods with me," before I could even react. And then, Tanny was already right behind him, trying her best to get him away from me, while screaming like a banshee. I can't remember what she was saying, but she was inventing her own words. It worked. He let go of my neck, took a step back, looked at Tanny, and let out the most sinister smile that I've ever seen. It was something that I can't describe. For that, he had beautiful teeth and a smile, but something about the combination of his eyes just filled me with goosebumps. Even typing this, I'm having the same reaction. He slowly starts walking away from my camp while laughing. I'm absolutely petrified, but decided to quickly tidy up before heading to my tent and hide. I was originally meant to sleep in my own tent while the other two shared, but we all went to the same one. Everything had been quiet for a while, with the exception of Tanny snoring. I was about to fall asleep when I hear twigs crunching and the sounds of footsteps fast approaching us. I lay still, holding my breath, completely immobilized by fear, until I heard my tent being opened, and Samantha let out a scream so loud that it even jolted the Irish psycho, and he jumps back a few steps. Tanny has been woken by the stage, and we're all standing outside the tent. Samantha and Tanny yelling, and I'm fumbling with my phone trying desperately to call the police. He then hits Tanny in the face. I drop everything. I yell, "Run, just run." I held Tanny's arm and don't look back. Importantly, we only have socks on, and we're running through the woods at night, with a psycho chasing us. I ran until I trip over a log, smash my chin down on the ground pretty hard. That's where all three of us stay hidden, low to the ground for a few hours, but it's pitch black. When we felt safe enough, we walk back to the campground and find everything destroyed. Both Samantha and Tanny had everything stolen of value. Weirdly though, my phone is smashed, not even stolen, making me realise how bad his intentions were. I thank my lucky stars I had no documents that could identify me. The last thing I wanted was him knowing where I lived. We don't waste any more time and ran back to our car as fast as possible, occasionally injuring ourselves on the way as we can barely see anything. We get to the car and I'm trying to start the engine, which is doing that sound it makes when it's about to die. When he sees us, he suddenly starts running out of the bushes towards us, laughing. We all scream hysterically and I floor it. God, I'm so scared. I drove like an absolute maniac until we reached the next town over, only to discover that my car's been tampered with and is leaking oil. God, it was done by that psycho. We eventually get picked up by Tanny's dad, taking us to the police station immediately. And unfortunately she broke her jaw in 2 places, and they never found him. I hate the fact that he's not been caught. For all I know, he could still be out there lurking on people, just like he did with us. I know that situation could have ended so much worse. Like I said before, the part I hate in all of this is that he smashed my phone, making sure there was no trace of him or his location. He wasn't even willing to steal the phone because he knew the police could probably track it. God, it makes me sick thinking about this. was at the office later than normal, but not excessively late. I left at about 6 and realised I needed gas, so I stopped at the 1-2 minutes from my job. It was still light out because of the summer, which made the situation weirder. I go to the gas station, and nothing has happened there before, so I was pretty relaxed, and just tired in general from work. Now while I'm pumping gas, I see a truck pull in, which is kind of rusty with 2 guys in the front, but perpendicular in the way it's parked, which is weird, but I just keep filling my car so I can head home. The 2 guys just look like 2 guys from the country, a bit older, like 40s or 50s, but I felt uncomfortable. The guy driving was talking softly, but I ignored him at first. I didn't realise he was even trying to speak to me. The guy then yelled at me, which catches me off guard. I think I said something along the lines of, "Can I help you?" The driver was motioning for me to come closer to talk, which I didn't because it feels off. The guy finally spoke at a normal level and said they're looking for the shortest covered bridge. The country I'm in is known for this. This wasn't too weird of a question, but it's a little hard to point out without a map. I briefly told the guys the directions from the gas station and was grabbing the receipt. This is when all of the red flags go off in my head. He, the driver, asked me to lead them there now. It was out of the way and I say hell no and get in my car. He then starts screaming at me to get in their truck. Now this really scares me. He then starts to get out of his truck. I haven't got time for this. I floor it. The truck doesn't move, so I have to back out. I was worried about them following me, and they did follow my car, but I quickly take a few random turns and manage to lose them on the highway. Oh, the whole time the passenger was staring at me too. The whole thing was weird to me, but what scared me was that they were trying to get me out in the middle of nowhere to do God knows what to me. I'm just glad I got out of there when I did. I was a little young when this happened, so I don't really remember it. So this is the story my mum has told me. When I was around 5 or 6, my family and a family of friends all went camping together in New Hampshire. Each family had a camper, and we all set up at one campsite. The campground had a playground, a lake nearby, and there was always something going on. One day, me and my friend Keisha, who was around the same age as me, were playing on our campsite as our mums talked outside the camper, keeping their eyes on us. At some point, an old man came walking by our campsite. He seemed like a normal guy according to my mum, but then he started to walk up and start a conversation with our parents. He said he owns a campsite a little way down the path, and that he has his own little playground in the backyard of his camper. He then said to me that my friends were allowed to come over any time that we wanted to play. My friend's mum was oblivious to the situation though, telling him it's a very nice gesture and we can later possibly. My mum on the other hand, who's to say the very least has experience with creeps, shut him down, told him no, go away. He walked away, and my friend's mum started asking my mum why it's such a big deal. My mum told her that there's already a playground at the campsite, and that we do not go under any circumstances. She even went around to the other campsites to warn people and stay away. Weeks pass, the camping trip is over, and everyone's home for the rest of the summer. My mum is doing things around the house when she gets a phone call from her friend from the camping trip. She's freaking out. apologizing, telling her that she'll never go against her judgments again. Turns out, she turned the news on, and there he is. Apparently he got into a local pharmacy trying to get pictures developed, and he had hundreds of pictures of children. So this actually happened today. I live in a pretty nice neighborhood, and compared to the rest of my city, my area is considered safe. Well, I thought that was true until now. Me and my two foster sisters were walking home from school on the route we take every day, and we reached the intersection that we cross to get to our street. It's a very long wait until we're able to cross, and we usually just jaywalk. So me and one of my friends made it across, but my one friend got stuck in the middle with this girl who looks about the same age as us. And she just got off school, not saying anything. She's not saying anything, just kept walking. Now 2 or 3 minutes later, she's coming running behind me. And by then, we're at our house, and she tells us to get inside fast, but it takes forever for someone to open the door, and I'm asking her over and over again what's happening. And she just says, I think I was almost human trafficked, and at some point, the girl who was calmly walking down the street started behind us like nothing happened. When we finally got inside, she told me the girl started talking to her, and at first, my friend just thought she was being friendly when she asked what school she went to, but then the red flags began. She asked her who my other friend and I were, and where she was going, and where she lived at, and what her name was, and then she heard a car rev up their engine. She turned around to see a white van parked in a small parking lot across the street with 3 men in it, and the girl also looked, and started speaking faster, asking her if she wanted to walk home with her, and it's only down one street. Finally, the light said walk, and she took off. But that girl now knows where we live. But thankfully, my friend saw the red flags and didn't give away any information, or didn't agree to walk with her. And I know it may sound like maybe this girl was also scared, but when she walked past our house, she looked completely fine, like nothing happened. Like she was just a girl walking home from school. She didn't look at all unusual. We have yet to tell our parents what happened. I just pray I don't see that freaking van. When I was younger, my friends and my brothers would always go camping together. We weren't too old, and we didn't live too far from a big field and lake. It made great camping though, because it was away from things but not too far away from home. We had one incident, however, that is truly unbelievable, and it made us all never go camping again thereafter. So one night, we're all having a great time doing some fishing in the lake. We have our fire going, and we're just talking about random stuff when suddenly, we hear a clicking sound from across the water. Now I can't pin down exactly what it was, but there was something very off about the sound. You could tell an animal wasn't making it, but we're literally the only people there. Anyway, we continue our fishing, and nights fell. What's stranger though, is the clickings persisted for well over an hour now, and that doesn't make any sense. My buddies are starting to get quite paranoid now because it seems to be getting louder. It's almost like, no matter where you go, the clicking seems to follow you. I decide to investigate, and so does my brother, and we both stand up simultaneously. As we get up, we can see a figure across from us on the island in the lake. He looks freaking massive though, like at least 7 feet tall. It's so ridiculous, I don't even think it's a real person. We laugh about it saying, oh yeah, the tree scared us. But then the clicking starts even louder. We can now see there's a small fire on the island too. That come out of nowhere. Nobody saw it before. That makes no sense. And then it goes out suddenly. We both scream and look at the rest of the camp, who are also gathered on the shoreline looking at what this thing is. And then, almost on cue, the second we stop screaming, it starts again for 4 seconds, then goes out again. And this illuminates a figure slightly. You can't see it well because whatever it is wearing a robe, but it's an actual thing there. The fire goes out again. We all scream and run away from there. I was so scared and worried that my mum or dad would go out to investigate with the other parents and get hurt that I didn't even tell them. Nobody did. Even 15 years on, it still haunts the life out of me to this day. The thing is, we know nobody was on the island because we could see it was clear during the daytime and we never heard a boat go in there. It's literally the worst experience of my life. I even have goosebumps now thinking of it. When I first returned from the war, I was a power line rigger. This was on EHV lines, which are extra high voltage, the kind on top of the steel towers. Those are transitional lines, not sub-transitional like most inner city lines. So anyway, I had a job during a heavy windstorm in 2008 to go out and repair some lines near Colorado and the New Mexico border. It was great pay since it was an emergency call out, so I agree. I met up with my crewmen and head down from the Colorado Springs area. We get there at around 9 PM and start getting to work. Windstorms are notorious for failing lines, but not EHV or UHV lines, since they are rigged differently. When I crane up to see the broken link on the tower and inspect the damage, I remembered seeing over the tops of most trees. I observed the view for a moment and saw some nearby lights from a campfire. As soon as I saw the lights, I hear yelling coming from that area. Now it must have been about 300 yards away, but I hear a woman yelling. She kept saying, "Someone please help," over and over again. I crane down and start yelling for the guys. They heard it too and were asking questions. This is really odd. We never see anyone out there. I told them about the campfire lights coming from the direction our trucks were facing. We jump in one of the smaller trucks since it's a 4x4 and head down the road. We look everywhere for the light, but don't see a thing. We drove back and forth and then back again and slowed down. We rolled down the windows and stopped the truck in the area where the light should be. We all heard moaning sounds coming from the right of our trucks, so to the north. It sounded like 2 people are having heart attacks, and I mean really loud. So now we're on edge. The site supervisor was calling the police now. Given the general area we're at, they told us to check to see if we feel safe. Because I have the war veteran attitude, I decided to look. 2 guys came down with me, and our supervisor stayed with the truck to wait for police. Apparently, they had a station not too far, like 15 minutes or so away. I armed myself with a pickaxe, and the other guys had conduit pipes like 1 inches. We all started walking through the trees with our headlamps on, because it got really dark now. The moaning's still coming from ahead of us. We got through the trees into a small clearing. It looks empty. The moaning stopped. We checked around and hear nothing. We went back to the truck, and as soon as we got there, we heard the woman yelling again, yelling the same thing. "Someone please help." It was just to the north of where we were. One of the guys yelled back saying, "Where are you?" and gets no reply. Then we hear her scream in pain, and nothing else. We're already running back north and called the police, but they've showed up. They must have seen us running north because two of them came after us. We stopped in the field area and they stopped with us and asked what was going on. We told them. They helped us look around and saw nothing. We walked back to the truck and didn't hear anything else. They said they would hang out for us and check if anything else happened, so we get working again. The police are now parked next to each other, talking while we worked. When I craned up, I can't see any campfire lights or anything. We did the job. Took about an hour and a half until we're done. When we were packing our tools to head out, one of the cops left and the other comes with us. He told us that just to the west, there was a small plane that crashed and people burned to death. He said the police and paramedics got to the scene and the fire's still going. He told us about how two bodies were found away from the plane, crawling away from it, and one of the bodies is still there somewhere buried from the 70s or 80s. Yeah, we packed up fast and got the hell out of there. Now I never saw a fire, just light on the trees. Now I can't tell you how creepy that stuff is to find out afterwards, and the voices and moans were so clear. I always kind of believed in the afterlife after this, but God, did it mess my head up. I'm so glad other people were there to experience it though. The cop believed us too. But didn't hear anything about reports of a fire or anything else in the area afterwards. Back when I was a Boy Scout, I took a weekend-long training course called National Youth Leadership Training. One of the last parts of the course was an overnight hike into the woods with no guide to find our designated campsite and see how we would work under stress. We finally got to our campsite and began to unpack. We each bought a tent, but half of us left ours behind to lighten the load and buddied up. Lo and behold, my buddy brought a one-man tent only. Either I slept outside or things are going to be really cramped and I didn't want that. The sky was clear and I slept under the stars. The next morning, 4 of the other guys claimed that they saw a coyote walk up to me, sniff my face, stare at me, and leave. They were too scared to go and make it leave. They stuck to their guns though, but I didn't believe them. 4 years later, I was working at the camp as a staff member, and I'm speaking to a senior there, and apparently he said coyotes are pretty common there, and they often boldly show up. It made me realise what the guys were saying wasn't a lie. I just can't believe they let me sleep with a coyote literally at my face. God knows what would have happened if I'd woken up. I went camping with some friends near Lochmond in Scotland. We set up camp about 3 miles into the woods near a small river and got the fire going to cook some food we brought with us. The site is very remote, but in the evening, a couple of guys hiked through and stopped to chat with us. They're from Poland and seem friendly enough, but ask a lot of questions about our group, how many we were, etc. and I'm a bit suspicious, but I put it down to being from different cultures. It's around 10 PM. I start to feel very ill, and I'm thinking, is it possibly from food poisoning? Now, I'm very confused about this because I'm sure the food was cooked correctly. My friends are all pretty drunk, and I had drunk about 4 or 5 cans of Budweiser. Stupidly, I packed my bag after throwing up hard for 15 minutes and decide to hike back to the main road, watching light fading in the distance. I'm about a mile into the hike back. At this point, I've been sick twice and am completely sobered up by throwing up so much. I've got sports bottles full of water. I now stop to rinse my mouth out. At this point, it's near pitch black, so I got into my bag to get out my torch, small knife and my .22 air gun. As I start zipping my bag back up, I hear twig snap nearby and assume it's a rabbit or fox. I shine my torch, but there's nothing. This doesn't make sense because surely I'm at least going to see reflective eyes, but oh well. 5 minutes later, I hear what sounds like running, maybe 100 yards behind me, and lots of twigs snapping. I turn around and assume it's my friend, and I say, "Are you kidding me?" I said I knew someone's there, and I'm not joking. I see movement through the trees probably 80 feet away. Whatever this is big. I mean 6 or 7 feet tall and completely black. At this point, my sickness is gone, and my heart's beating through my chest. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I get this feeling that I can only describe as feeling almost dizzy at the surreal position that I found myself in. I take off my rucksack and hang it up. I kill my torch. I still think it's my friends, but I have this horrible feeling. It was too big. I've got my knife though in my jacket pocket, and my pistol gripped harder than I can possibly ever do normally. I walk in the darkness for about 100 yards and stop dead behind a tree and wait. I'm trying my hardest to control my breathing, but it's supremely difficult now. Sure enough, I hear movement again. Very difficult to pinpoint, but it's getting closer. Now I'm caught in two minds, to continue to hide or confront. I decide the latter, and now I burst out from the brush. I'm in two minds, but I have to run now. I point my torch in the general direction of the sound, and there's branches moving. I start moving away from the area like an SAS trooper. I hear distance movement again. Lots of twigs breaking now, from heavy footprints. I don't see anyone now, but I know I'll shoot them. Silence now. I wait a few minutes and head back for my backpack. It's not hanging over the branch anymore. It's on the ground. That's the scariest part for me. Whatever I've been chasing could have never beaten me back to my bag. So something or someone else moved it. The branch is intact, which doesn't make sense either. At this point, I travel out onto the main road pretty sharp with no incident. I call my fiancée, who quickly picks me up, and I'm violently sick. I believe it's from fear. I tell her about what happened and she's freaking out. To this day, I still don't know exactly what happened. I do know I was terrified and I've never experienced anything like it before or since. I've had a truly weird encounter before. I lived in Southern California at the time, up in the San Gabriel Mountains, a couple of hours east of LA. I know when people think of Cali, they all seem to think of the beaches, but I assure you, the land here is very diverse. My hometown is super tiny and has a fairly popular ski resort on the western side of town. If you take the only highway out past the ski resort for several miles, there's literally nothing but forest. And a very old gold mine is actually still there, and it's kind of cool. After those things, there's nothing but national forest. And then, one insanely isolated, very old restaurant that still functions, and then back to the forest for a long time. Anyway, just setting the scene. I was about 10 or 11 when this happened. It's almost Christmas. It snowed heavily, and the snow's still falling on the evening of this happening. My stepdad decided that we would cut down our own Christmas tree this year, so we get into my mum's big Dodge truck and headed off to the mine, which is a couple of miles past the ski resort. We got to the base of the road and were talking and laughing, etc. My stepdad was driving pretty slow since it was snowing decently. They had ploughed part of this road recently too, and there were big snow berms on either side of us, down near up to the top of the truck, probably 8 feet off the ground. So it's just barely getting dark now. Not quite dark, but twilight, I guess. So not dark enough that we can't see anything, but dark enough that the headlights of the truck are on. Quite suddenly, from over on my side, there comes a huge dark shape that arches over the top of the snow berm. It lands in the middle of the road fairly gracefully almost. My stepdad slams on the brakes. I am too stunned to speak or even scream, because there crouching in the middle of the road is some creature. It has a long muzzle and pointy ears, covered in fur. Now, I have really never seen anything like it. This all happens in seconds. The thing jumps down and crouches, glancing at us. My stepdad slams on the brakes, and then it just vaulted up and over the beam and disappeared. It must have been 6 or 7 feet tall. I have never seen anything quite like it. My stepdad refused to talk about it when I asked, terrified. If he had seen the same thing too, I knew he did because how quick he braked, and he was wide-eyed and white for the rest of the journey. I never did bring it up again because we hadn't had the best relationship since then, but sometimes I wish I could know what actually happened then. It still shakes me to my very core, even to this day. I live in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in northeast Georgia. It's a beautiful area with hundreds of miles of national forest, some great state parks, and tons of fantastic camping places. Unfortunately, my hometown is also relatively poor. Or there are some of out-of-town residents from Atlanta and other places. A lot of the people from where I am are really poor. I do freelance work as a technical writer, so I do a lot of work online. If I didn't have that going for me, I'd have to move somewhere else. It's just one of them small towns that will rob you of your ability to accomplish anything in life if you stay there for too long. No opportunities or chances for the people that fairly deserve it. And nothing for miles around, like honestly, you're trapped there. I hated it. To the east of my town, there's a massive national forest. It's loaded with great camping sites and lots of relatively unused hiking trails. I really enjoy hiking on them with my dog, but it can be a bit of an unnerving experience sometimes. It's about a 10-mile drive from town, and there's no cell phone service for miles or houses. In the past, there's been a lot of vehicle break-ins on the trailheads, I mean, literally, the gravel there is littered with bits of broken glass from what I can only assume is break-ins. Sometimes there's really shifty people hanging around those trailheads or just driving around out on the forest roads. There are really rough roads, and you'll see these beat up $500 cars barreling along them that are meant for a 4x4. Some of the people you see in the cars look like the guy that got crushed by an ATM in Breaking Bad. All that said, it's still a great place to camp. However, you have to be careful. A few years ago, 2 friends of mine and I decided to play paintball in the National Forest. We decided to turn the paintball expedition into a camping trip, so we can play the next morning also. After a pretty uneventful day of shooting paintballs at each other, we drive a couple of miles to one of the most popular camping spots. Sadly, a church group or something had taken off all the spots. This really got us annoyed. This was really the only camping spot that we're familiar with, and it's getting late. We decide to keep on looking, so we drive for about an hour further into the woods. By now, it's getting dark, and we're getting worried about finding a spot. We all had GPS on our smartphones, but no service of course. We turn off onto an unfamiliar road that isn't in very good shape. In fact, it looks like the Forest Service rangers used a backhoe to block off the road with a mound of dirt. A broken metal barrier lay in the woods nearby. That being said, it looked like a 4x4 had been going over the mound, so it's worn now. Our F-150 had pretty high clearance, so we decided to go over it. Now, there was an old gravel road on the other side, and the road was pretty much clear of debris. We drove for a few miles down the road, coming across an opening next to a creek. There were some blue traps hanging over a plywood nailed to a tree. That's odd. That said, it was pretty much dark now, and we didn't want to keep driving around all night looking for a camping spot. We left the truck light running, and we set up in the tent. After we set up, I start noticing there's a lot of trash in the woods. I see a green bottle on the ground. I took a look at the label and see that it's a bottom of some home and garden insecticide. I was really tired now and thought someone was dumping some garbage here. None of us thought it was weird that someone would be dumping garbage here when we're more than an hour away from the nearest home. We set up camp, have some beers and made chili from scratch. By this time, it's probably 11 PM and we're eating. We noticed a faint glow from the other side of a nearby hill. At first, we thought it was moonlight filtering its way through the trees. However, the angles don't make sense. It seemed like it was far too bright and wasn't moving. It's a kind of glow you see over a big bright city, and we don't see the light source itself. Since there were no other access roads in the area, we decided it's not campers. The hill was about a quarter of a mile from our campsite, and we investigate. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have done it. However, we had a few rum and cokes in our stomachs, and 2 of us decide to look. My other friend decides to stay. He's gonna do some popcorn on the fire. So we start walking towards the light source, and the situation gets stranger. All the trees in the area have their bark knocked off in a circle around their trunks. It could have been beavers, but why would they go all the way around a tree in a perfect circle? We start talking about the ghost in pretty loud voices, probably due to our drunkenness. As we're almost to the top, my friend falls and yells out. A few seconds later, the light goes out, We look at each other and decide that maybe we don't need to see what it is after all. Walking back in silence and keep on looking back every few seconds, we decide to turn off our flashlights and return to the campsite with the moonlight guiding us. We get a couple of 100 feet from the campsite. I can see my other friend Isaac walking around. He's wearing a hooded coat that I've never seen him wear before. For some reason, he has a paintball gun. That seems odd. We look at each other. The fire's dying down. We don't see the campsite well. Now, we've been gone for an hour. From the distance, it appears as though my friend is looking for something. He kept walking around the site and peering in. When we're almost back to the campsite, we see our friend walk up the road we came from. We figure he's went to the bathroom and didn't want to wander through the woods like us. When we got back, we sat next to our fire waiting for him to return. All of a sudden, we see him lurch out of the tent and vomits. After we left, he had a few more drinks apparently. We ask him why he's wandering around with the paintball gun, and he gets a strange face and says, "They're locked in the cab of the truck." "Did you unlock it?" "No." We go to the truck and enter the door code and see our paintball equipment just as we left it before. The keys to the truck are hidden underneath a magnetic fob. I get a sinking feeling. What were you doing after we left? I watched a movie then fell asleep. But wait, you were walking around with a paintball gun, right? Did you just change jackets? He said he'd been in the tent the whole time, wearing the same unhooded fleece. Someone had been walking around our campsite, and it wasn't him. At this point, of course, we're all too drunk to drive, but we decide to go ahead and pack up and go back to my house for the night. We don't bother packing up the tent, we just fold it with the sleeping bags and think, heck, jumping in the F-150. When we get up to the dirt hump, we see something grey blocking our path. The metal barrier that's been laying in the woods is now erect. By this point, we've all sobered up. No one wants to get out of the car to try and move the barrier. I had a metal guard on the front of my truck, so I slowly tap it. It falls over, and we drive very slowly over it, terrified we're gonna pop one of the tires and be stranded. It didn't. As we drive down the road, we see a vehicle following us with its lights off. It's probably 1,000 feet behind us, but we keep catching glimpses of it on the moonlight. I now begin to drive as quick as I possibly can. The vehicle keeps pace. It doesn't get any closer though. It just stays 1 or 2 turns behind us, but always follows. After 45 minutes of speeding, we get back to the main paved road. I start to drive everyone back to my home and decide to go a different way. I've never experienced anything like it in my life. Rural camping can be very dangerous, and we've never went back there since. Tonight was one of the scariest things that I've ever witnessed, and I don't know how to explain it. It's my second incident with the same thing, but this one was far scarier than the first. So the first incident I didn't think much about because it's last April Fool's Day when my husband and I were driving home from a friend's ranch. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a flash of white as our lights illuminated something by the side of the road in an adjoining field. It looks to be a stark white naked man, but he was running with his hands down like he's an animal and going very fast and parallel to our car in the opposite direction. We both freaked out as hell, but think it's probably an April Fool's joke. We're in the dead center of rural Montana. People get bored and do stupid things. Halloween gets crazy here, so we think it's a prank. Then, tonight happened. I went down the road to where the mailboxes from our street are. It's that rural road delivery setup where you have about 20 mailboxes at the end of the long country road. It's about 200 yards from our house and the moon's out, so I figure I'll walk over to check the mail to go and see if my husband's picked it up. When I get there, I find a neighbour not too far from our door heading out the same way on a walk. So we start talking and she accompanies me to the mailboxes. I take a peek into the box. Nothing. We continue chatting for a few minutes when there's suddenly barking from several of the neighbourhood dogs across from us. One at a time, they begin furiously snarling and barking, a few even howling. My neighbour mentions that there must be coyotes roaming again. Happens all the time. Nothing to worry about. Then suddenly, one of the dogs begins howling in pain. We both look at each other, thinking the same. Time to get the hell out of there. We start walking a bit briskly when she turns to glance over her shoulder for a second time and stops. I turned around and see it as well. It looks like a rather skinny-ish but stone white man, not on his feet but on all fours like an animal. No hair that I can see. The light from my phone got in his eyes for a second more, and it shines back like a cat. There was blood down the front of his jaws. And it all happens in maybe 2 or 3 seconds, so very quick. He then literally bolts after us as we run. My neighbour doesn't chain or fence in her dogs as we're animal lovers, and she likes having the extra protection of them wandering as well. So she starts yelling the dog's name, and he comes running out from his spot between our houses. He must have smelled this thing or heard it coming because he made an immediate beeline past us, growling like crazy. We reached my husband's working shed, so we hid in there and locked the doors and wait for the cops. All we can do is hide and wait in the shed while she told the cops to come out, hearing the dog barking and attacking whatever that thing was. After a couple of minutes, she's off the phone and we're hiding behind boxes of stuff away from the window. I don't know how long we're there, but before she whispered that the dog isn't barking anymore, and suddenly they're not making any sounds. After a few moments we heard crunching outside. Something starts scratching slow and hard against the front door and part of the wall next to it. I'm not too proud to admit that I weighed myself a little bit, and I throw my hands over my mouth to stop screaming. She was staring at the door, not moving, so I know I wasn't overreacting or anything. It seemed like forever, but eventually we saw the lights from the cops coming up the long road and the scratching stops. Whatever it was ran off because we heard the noise of leaves crunching hard and fast away from the door. She was brave and gets the guts to peek out the window, and the cops are close now. When they got near us, we ran to the cop cars and told them we saw a kind of man who chased us. She pointed out the direction that he had gone in and ran back, mentioning that the sounds of the dogs are in the opposite neighbourhood and away from the mailbox. She said her dog come without us even calling, and we hid in the sheds. The cop takes our statements and said that somebody else had called a few minutes before and that there was a wolf or something in her backyard that just killed the chickens, and their dog and the neighbour down had actually saw the thing too. The other cops found my neighbour's dog lying on the ground with what appears to be deep claw marks, having trouble breathing. As he's lying there, he gets bundled up, and the vet comes to pick him up, and he mentions how it looks like a bear's attacked. So I'll give a description of both of what the neighbour down from the owner of the dead dog described and what we saw. The neighbour said it looked like a stark white naked man, tall, wearing the skin of a bear or bison, brown furred and head attached, blood coming from the mouth and around the chest, very long arms. She caught him crouching over the dog, turns on the back porch light, and he ran off. What we saw was a pale man without hair, with long arms, eyes that glows like a cat, very quick. reddish glow, animal looking. When he started running after us, it wasn't awkward like a guy trying to run on his hands and feet. It looked like a person now, but it wasn't. This isn't the first time this kind of thing happened. It's not the first time I've heard of odd things. Montana's one of them places where so many weird and unexplainable things happen. But it's not the first time something odd's come after me in the dark. It's been a couple of hours and I'm still shaking. If that was me, I'd make the skinwalker bleed if it touched my dog. I would literally fight to the death over my dog. Skinwalker would be running from me. So for my backstory, my boyfriend and I had just bought our first house in June on a lake about half an hour northeast of Seattle, WA. Aside from the lake community we're part of, there really isn't a large range of population around here. We're in between a few larger towns, but they're all about a 20-minute drive from where we live. Our house is backed right up against a cascade of mountains. We're pretty much the last bit of population before the mountains begin. About 30 yards from our driveway is a dead-end road that turns off the main lake road and goes back into the woods for a few miles. There's a few gated Forest Service / logging roads that branch off from this. Boyfriend and I ride our dirt bikes up these roads and they themselves go on for miles, but there really aren't any other houses in the area except for a few that are all on the main road. Before taking the dirt bikes up to it, I love dirt bikes, I had been walking up this road a few times exploring the area, and it always felt a little odd to me. My boyfriend said things like, "This is creepy even in daylight." It totally could have been that it was just very wooded in most spots and therefore shaded. The lack of houses made it odd, but I stopped walking up this road for this reason. When we moved in, I was dog sitting my friend's pit bull Bella. She's about 70 pounds and was a totally fearless brat. Now she's kind of aggressive with other dogs, and even with some people. I would walk her up to the end of the road, and I'd always feel okay because there were no cars or houses around. So one day we were about 2 miles up the main road, and had come down a small hill onto a flat, treeless area where there was no old abandoned barn and a large field that cut through the road. There was tall grass on either sides of the road. When we got to the area, Bella's tail went down and she kept her head really low. She also started to look around and back behind us, acting nervous, which is really odd for her. As we're coming around a turn, about 100 yards in front of us is a logging road that went off the road straight up a hill. It had a large gate just at the bottom of it to keep vehicles out. My boyfriend and I have to put our dirt bikes under this gate before riding up the trails, so it's pretty tall. The top of the bar of the gate comes to my chest and I'm 5'5". What I saw still scares me to think about. Standing right in front of the gate is a huge black dog. It was standing broadside with its head low. I'm almost positive it's looking towards us, because I can't make out a snout or ears. I can't see a tail either, but it may have been lowered behind its legs. The shoulder of the thing was higher than the top of the gate. It was blocking part of the view. I stopped instantly and held Bella's harness so she couldn't advance forward and catch sight of it, and this dog's aggressive. I look at this thing for probably 2 seconds before running back and getting back to the main road because I heard this thing growl. I'm not kidding you. 100 yards away from it, I hear this thing, almost hissing. I'm totally terrified, so's Bella now, which is worrying. She's not even seen it. It was a long 2 miles back and I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, and Bella's also freaking out the whole time. The growling, massive black dog wasn't the only thing I'm terrified of. I have this also feeling of dread that I can't get away from. Now I saw it, and it was overwhelming, and I've never felt fear like it before. Even while typing this, I'm shaking. I don't even feel safe when I'm home alone anymore. My boyfriend's 100% sure I saw a 6-foot black bear, but I'm certain it wasn't, as I grew up in rural Pennsylvania and have never seen black bears. Now this thing had long skinny legs and a deep curved rib cage. It's similar to a Doberman. Now, wolves don't live in this area. Even if they did, this would have been an abnormally large skinny wolf. I'm pretty sure what I come across is actually a skinwalker. After a stressful day at work, I gone over to my friend's apartment to shoot the breeze, eat some food and play a few games on my friend's PlayStation 4. It was getting late and I had to be up fairly early the next day. My friend walked out to the parking lot with me. Now there's no one else in the parking lot, just us two. As I'm unlocking my car, a dog walked out from the side of a nearby building about 25 feet away. It came fully into view and stops to look at us. It was a little bit bigger than a standard Great Dane. It's an all-black dog with long hair that appeared to be falling out in clumps. It has long ears and a scraggly tail. I remember making eye contact with it. It had dark maroon coloured eyes, and in the moment we locked eyes, it appears almost to smile at us. Instead of a dog's lips going up and back, they go slightly sideways, and I see white teeth like a human almost. I recall suddenly getting a feeling of dread and fear. It felt like something disguised as a dog pretending to be one, but it's not. I'm certain of it. The energy coming off this thing doesn't feel right either. I really don't know how to describe it. It turned around and starts slowly limping back to the corner it's come from. My hair goes up. It turned around and slowly starts staring at us before heading off. It seemed to have most of its weight on its front feet, walking like a hunchback. The way it was limping, I noticed its rear left foot is wrapped up in a blue gauze, and the foot appears very odd. The heel was parallel to the ground actually. I'm unsure if my friend saw exactly what I saw, but she suddenly said, "It's leaving, let's follow it," and she ran after the damn thing. And it disappeared right around the corner. I remembered being scared for my friend, so I sprint after her. Around the corner with my friend, looking around confused. The dog? It's gone. At the rate it was walking and limping, it couldn't have got anywhere. The air was suddenly cold, even for South Texas in January. My teeth were chattering. My friend told me to go quickly back to her apartment, lock the door and stay inside. I warned her that this isn't a dog. I texted her when I'd gone home. Once at the safety of home, I text my friend and say that I hope this is the end of it, but even as I'm sitting there in bed, my heart is racing. It doesn't help that around 12 AM, there was low whistling right outside my window. My neighbour's house isn't too far from mine, but they're good people and there's no logical reason for them to be that close to my window at night whistling. I didn't make any indication that I was aware of the whistling. It's not even musical, just like somebody trying to get their attention. Eventually, the whistling stops and I hear nothing else. I have a lot of trouble sleeping. I've never seen or experienced anything like this. To the best of my knowledge, it could be a skinwalker. I'm going to try my best to describe this in a cohesive manner. It's been a few years and a lot of stuff happened this night, but it's forever in my memory and haunting. If anyone has an idea what it is, I'd love to hear it. So in July of 2014, I'd been dating my now ex-boyfriend for a couple of months and decided to move in with him. I'm going to change names just for the sake of this. We'll call him Tom. So Tom lives on the Cattaraugus Indian Reservation in western New York. He's 100% Senkar, and and his family has properties on reservation land. I'm only 25% Senka, and because my mum is white, I'm not an enrolled member. So I never grew up going to Longhouse or living on the res because the majority of families are white Catholics. He lives on a side of the major road going through the res called Route 438. One night, we get in a big argument and I'm annoyed and go away for a bit. Living with him full time doesn't offer me a break, so I'm pretty annoyed. What's worse is I don't have a car at the time, so I decide at 2 AM that I'm gonna walk. Anger clouds my judgment, and I had to leave. He kept saying to me to stay and blocks the door, and picked me up and brought me back. He's adamant, but so am I. He was concerned I'd go into weirdos cruising around. I was so angry that I didn't care, and I also grown up walking the woods at night, so never really had an issue. So I walk out the door and up the driveway and start heading down this road. It's pitch black with brush on both sides, but there's a few trailers his aunts and uncles owned. As I get closer to the stop sign where his road ends and connects to Route 438, I see a light heading towards me. I get freaked out and realise it's a person heading towards me. Now it's not really uncommon for people to be walking by the res at night, but as we got closer, I debate turning back. But I was mad and kept going. Suddenly the person says, "My name?" Then, "What the hell?" I recognise the voice as Tom's cousin that lives in the trailer behind us. I was so relieved that it was him and not a stranger. We stopped to talk and he told me that he's walking home from a party. I told him me and Tom fought and I was heading into town to stay with friends. He told me I was crazy in this, not safe for girls to walk around at night, and said I could stay at his father's trailer for the night. Sounds more logical than walking 9 miles alone. When he headed back towards the end of the road, we get to the trailers and pass a clearing in the brush where the old driveway was. I look into the clearing and I can't really explain what I saw. It was so dark, but I could see whatever this was. It's much darker than the environment around it. It was completely black, to the shape of a skinny but massive human-like shape. It was crouched so its knees are in front of its stomach, but its arms are so long. I was shaking right in this, and I can't explain what it appeared to be. I saw it quickly, and then looked straight ahead. 3 seconds later, Tom's cousin says, "Did you see that?" And I said yeah, and we instantly start sprinting as fast as possible. He was faster and started yelling, "Just go." We got into his trailer and sat in silence. I think maybe we both saw it and didn't know for sure until we saw each other. The walk felt like it took an eternity. I felt this horrible feeling of being watched. Its arms were massive. They're so long that even crouched or seated, with its knees bent, it's able to keep its back upright and not back like it's supposed to do. It's at least 7 feet tall. I have no idea what it could have been, and I have no experience of anything like it. And my ex would never talk about it, saying I was just seeing things, but his cousin saw it too. A few months ago, my roommates and I are out taking a drive trying to find a fun place to visit. I'll call them S and J for privacy's sake. S was driving and told us about a playground in Skelly that she used to go with a friend, so we decided to check it out. The playground wasn't very special, but it was interesting because it was half old playground equipment that you could tell someone hadn't used in years, and half new equipment. While we're enjoying time over there, I start hearing whispering from the near side of the playground, which didn't freak me out because I've heard them since I was a child. But I called out to Jay and she and I walked over there. By the time S joined us, the whispers had stopped and we're about to head to the car when, out of nowhere, a truck comes speeding down, seemingly from just where we stepped across from earlier. Naturally, when it stopped, we all freeze. We're in the shadows of the trees trying desperately not to be seen because it's near dawn and we don't want to be caught by some random local in the park. especially not within closing hours and get in trouble. But before we knew what was happening, the driver gets out of his truck and stood facing the crossroad that led out, and we suddenly hear a howl sound. It was deep and almost inhuman. It starts out low in pitch, then gets higher. It's a really creepy sound. It goes silent for a few seconds, then starts again for another 5 or 6. What really caught our attention is that we're out in a small country town at night, so there's a lot of birds and insects, but when the driver started howling, everything went dead silent. I mean, everything. After it started its third howl, we ran to the car and sped off. We didn't know what we witnessed, and we definitely felt that something was horribly wrong. S and I drove about 45 minutes home and dropped off Jay at home, only to decide that we want to go back now that the sun's up. But when we arrived back in Cthulhu, we're in for a surprise. First off, there is not a crossroad anywhere close to the playground. There was only a curve in the road, but we distinctly remembered seeing a 4-way crossroad under the streetlights. Also, there wasn't a football field that we saw earlier. I know things look different in the dark, but they shouldn't be that different, and all of us remember the same thing. We have no idea what we witnessed that day. It's really crazy, and it seemed almost evil and malevolent. So I had a weird encounter a few months ago, and I feel like maybe this would be a good place to post it. I was sitting in my living room watching TV around 8:30, and it was pretty dark outside. All of a sudden, I heard knocks on my door, so I get up to see who's there. No one I know ever knocks on the door, they just walk in. So anyway, I'm standing on my porch with 3 guys. Just one look at them and I'm scared. They seem almost like caricatures of humans, but ones that walk straight out of hell and onto my doorstep. They were dressed up like Mormon boys in suits, but their name tags only said Jesus Christ. They never introduced themselves and kept asking for people by name. Honestly, I can't convey how uncomfortable it made me feel. I barely remember their faces, but the one in the middle was just smiling the entire time. I don't know how, but my instincts told me that these aren't normal people, and I should never have opened the door. Now, I get out of the conversation by saying I'm cold and don't really have a good time talking. Now I slammed the door and I never saw or heard from them again. It's been a few months now and I still have no idea who they were to this day. I always loved the chance to get out into national forests and parks. I really like jogging. I find a true tranquility when I'm going through them with nothing but the cool summer's air with me. I would do it in winters too, but it was a lot worse because obviously the leaves were very slippery and you wouldn't always see people about outside of the occasional park ranger. But this story took place on one summer's evening. I was feeling really good. I made a playlist and was listening to some podcasts while I was jogging. I set out at about 9 PM, so it was still kind of light outside. As I was jogging, I couldn't help become more and more aware of how dark it seemed to be getting, quick, and I mean almost too quick. I'd gone on my phone for literally less than 5 minutes, and when I looked up, it got noticeably darker. Not just in the sense of my eyes adjusting, I mean it was a weird feeling, and I feel like somebody's watching me. I decide just to try and walk back because I'm getting really tired now, which is another strange thing. I've come to realise it might have been my body's response to fear, but I felt drained and really tired in a way that I've never felt it before. I decide to press on regardless, cycle through my songs and feel good again. Now as I'm walking, I realise that there's a mist that's setting over the park. Now this is something that I've never experienced before. Well, I have, just not in the summertime, so it's something that I found very strange. I start to hear interference with my headphones too, and think it might be because of the moisture from the fog and take them off. That's when I realise that I can hear a hissing sound. It's not a normal sound that you would hear from electric interference, it's almost like an animal making it, but I've never heard it before, and my heart drops. The feeling of being watched overpowers me now. I feel darkness like I've never felt before, like true evil's around. I think maybe there's a park ranger there with his radio messing up. I call out, but I don't hear anyone. I suddenly think it is a bad idea to call out, and I begin jogging. As I start jogging, I hear a crash behind me. I turn to look, and there's a very tall, dark figure just off beside a tree. Now what terrifies me is that there's a tree that's been knocked over that was standing before. I know for a fact that it's either a 1 in a billion chance it fell then and none of the other trees did, or something menacing's following me. Now this thing has to be at least 6'2" and has long arms. It sounds like it's describing exactly me so far. I can't see any eyes, but I can tell that this thing's facing directly towards me. I wipe my eyes, and it doesn't move. I say, hey, if this is a ranger, you need to stop because I'm scared now. And I'm met with silence. It slowly moves behind the tree. I've seen enough now. I can't deal with this. I go into a fight or flight state and I'm literally frozen for a second. I tell myself, no, I'm not going out like this, and I start sprinting as quick as I can. The whole time I'm running, I can hear this thing chasing just behind me. I get to the car park and there's no other cars there, so it's me alone now. Great. So if this thing attacks me, I'm screwed. I jump into my truck and drive as quick as I possibly can, getting out of the wooded area. Now the craziest thing is, this thing's still following me. I can hear things breaking behind me, like a very tall and very heavy thing's chasing me through the woods. I'm literally screaming and praying for God to help me out in this moment. I can just about see him in my mirrors, but it's very foggy at the time. I have to slam on the brakes at one point too because I nearly hit a tree because how dense the fog had become. I continue driving and eventually make it back onto the main road. I'm literally crying the entire time. I end up going to a ranger station and explaining what I saw, and they say I'm not the only one that's reported something similar. People have been reporting it as a bear, but it's not possible because there's no bears in this specific area. I have no idea what it was, and nor do the park rangers, but they say I wasn't the only one who had that reaction. And there was a strange smell that accompanied that thing. I didn't get that close to find out, but everyone described it exactly the same as me. They're already doing patrols trying to find that thing, but they never found it. It still shakes me to my core thinking about it to this day. So this didn't happen to me, but I live in the area where it took place. My friend and I were discussing the scariest things that we've seen in the woods, and he told me a story that happened to his friend. So this guy was with 5 of his friends and were spending a few days in a cabin hunting and trapping. They were not drunk but had a few beers to unwind one night, so one of them goes out to the outhouse to use the bathroom. He can hear some faint beating sounds in the distance like a low drum. So he finishes in the outhouse and goes into the cabin to tell his friends to come and check out the sound. So they all grab their rifles and walk out the ridge of their cabin, down the holloway behind it and up the other side. It's a pretty rocky area, so the sound travels far. They could tell that it's just over the hill, so 5 of them spread out about 50 feet and walk up to the top. They can't see completely over there because there's large bushes around them. Now, they just sneak down and try and see what it is. One of them goes over there, and he stands there and watches for about 30 seconds to a minute, before telling his friends that they have to run as quick as they can, and saying what he saw was evil and they need to get out of there now. He said all he could see was a bunch of naked people dancing around a fire pit with some kind of pentagram on the floor. He never told them about everything he saw. He just said he was too scared ever to go back in the woods again or near that area. I was born and raised in Charlotte, NC, and still live on the east side. There's a local public park near my parents' house called McAlpine Creek, which was mainly a large cross-country trail stretching miles across East Charlotte. The park is enveloped by hundreds of acres of dense forest and underdeveloped land that is discreetly placed amidst busy streets and highways. You almost don't realise it because of the stretches of infrastructure around it. There's a myth and folklore tale about a devil church or satanic ritual area deep within that park. There's a few videos of people trying to find it. Now in my senior year of high school, after searching around the internet, I heard about where this is supposed to be and decided I want to find it. So my girlfriend and I at the time decided to try and find it on the road that leads into the church. We end up driving down miles of winding roads behind a car max that borders the dense woods of the park where a small neighbourhood of sorts is. I think I gotten the two street names wrong, but they're very close to the spot. Now cautiously driving down these quiet and dark roads, we found a seemingly abandoned dirt track offshooting from the paved road. Keep in mind that there's almost no streetlights anywhere. We're driving about another 2 or 3 minutes and there had been a pickup truck behind us for maybe 50 feet or so. Upon seeing the dirt track and everything else around, our interest had peaked. We stopped the car to discuss what we want to do. We began to slowly pull onto the dirt track simultaneously. The pickup truck ahead abruptly stops and stays in place. We notice this, having pulled finally into the dirt road at this point. We're immediately frozen in panic. The driver of the truck quickly puts their car into reverse and began to immediately back up towards us at max speed. I throw my car into reverse and panic in an attempt to back away from where we come from. I was able to get turned around and drive back into the woods fairly quickly. The driver's accelerating at us at full speed now and I have to floor it to try and get out of there. We literally never look back. We never ended up finding the church and have no idea who was following us in the woods that day. I'm not sure if this is the right place for this, but when I went to high school in a small Minnesota town, mostly farmland intersected by wooded areas, and of course dozens of small lakes. One side of my neighbourhood was bordered by a relatively large marshland that you could access by a slope that wound down a trail. This trail curves through the marsh into a big patch of woods, about 3/4 of a mile away. In the fall or spring, after heavy rain, a fog would often settle over the marshes, as it was much lower than the surrounding area. It really looks like something out of a Stephen King novel. After one of these rains, my brother and I, he's probably about 13 and I was 16 at the time, decided it's a great idea to explore the woods in the fog. Although the sun was setting fast, we knew that we could make it into the woods in about 10 minutes if we left immediately. We grabbed a couple of flashlights, knowing that it would get dark by the time we got home, and we head for the trail. Once we're in the trail and moving, it hit us just how thick the fog is. We'd only been walking for about a minute or two, but we have absolutely no visibility behind us, and 5 to 10 feet max in front of us. So we continue walking for a few more minutes, now we come up to a curve in the trail. This curve signalled that we're only about 100 yards from the entrance of the woods. At this point, there's a small lake on the left side of the trail and some marshland further to the right. Now we began walking past the lake when we hear a splash. Definitely much bigger than a fish jumping, almost like a person done it. It's a really strange sound. Now we couldn't have been up there for more than 15 seconds when We heard cracking and shuffling in the brush up ahead to our left. We stopped dead in our tracks and waited. At the end of our eyesight, which could only have been about 10 feet, a figure steps out from the brush bordering the fog. Now, it's so thick that we can't make out details, but he must have been about 6'4" and very broad-shouldered. As this figure made its way into the middle of the trail, my brother gasped and stopped. Its head shot over and looks right at us. It felt like it must have been an eternity, but it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. I felt true terror in that moment that I've never felt before. I began to take a small step backwards, and suddenly, the figure took over into the marshland running again. There were no houses or buildings or anything for miles in the direction that we ran. We kept on sprinting until we got back home, and we never went back to that area again. I grew up in the Midwest US. When I was a senior in high school, I was out for a hike at a local trail in the National Forest. This is a good 20 miles from town, way out in the sticks. It's a box canyon, so you start at the rim and hike down into the canyon. It was autumn and late afternoon when I pulled into the empty parking area, but there's plenty of light around. But by the time I got to the bottom, the sun's pretty low. I was down in the canyon and get the feeling that something isn't quite right. I start looking behind me as I walk every few steps. I can't shake this feeling. Finally, on one of these backward glances, I spotted a man peeking out from behind a tree, not far at all, maybe 100 feet away. It was the weirdest thing to catch somebody watching me. He knew I'd seen him and stepped out saying, "I'm not looking to scare you." He's a big adult male, very old looking, and I'm a scrawny 16-year-old kid, and we're on a trail in the public park. There's no reason to hide like that. He seems alarmed that I've even seen him. The only reason he was out there is if he's weird. I mumble something about getting back to my car, and this horrifying grin comes across his face. He's just standing there staring at me. I'm running for a long time and I can still tell that he's watching me. And when I get back to the parking area, there's no cars other than mine, which added to the weirdness. I realised later that he must have been out there for some time because of the state of his clothes. It's interesting how when you get the sensation that you're being watched, it's normally true. I have no idea what his intentions were. I'm just really glad that I was aware of what was going on and he didn't spring up on me, because I don't know what he was capable of. I went to a summer camp in a rural part of New Jersey back in the mid-1990s. The camp was situated on a long, narrow man-made lake. One end of the lake was reserved for swimming, which we'd do as a group activity every day or so. The swimming area had one long dock stretching straight out onto the water. The two square floating docks further apart. One of the two floating docks is further away, and although I had spent a few summers at this camp, I'd never seen anybody use the second dock. One day on the group, a dozen 11-year-olds got to the bright idea that we're going to swim out to the faraway dock. I consider this to be a challenge. When we reached the dock, I noticed a strange looking spider on the ladder that you had to climb up. I would have a heart attack. It was quite large, in terms of overall footprint. Probably 3 inches from end to end. Nah, screw that. Spiders, of course, are normal critters in nature, but this one stood out as looking unusual. After the long swim, we took a few minutes to lie on the dock and rest in the sun. No way did they just go over that spider like that. It was relaxing and we were all having a good time. We started really messing around and decided to play around for a bit. We're playing a regular game where we shuffle towards one corner of the dock, making it sink. Oh god. As the corner of the dock starts to sink and fill with water, suddenly hundreds of giant spiders come. Oh god. frantically crawling out from between the boards, swarming over around the feet of those who were still standing on the dry ground. This dock was theirs apparently. We all began to scream immediately and jump up trying to get away, but the spiders are in the water too. I vividly remember the feeling of them clinging to my wet hair as I began hopelessly trying to get them off. Adrenaline kicks in and we swim to the other side that's spider free. But this is a childhood trauma that lingers with me. I had not really been afraid of spiders before, but this is a turning point. The thought of us lying on the dock in the sun, unaware to how many of them were there, creeps me out to this day. That is literally hell on earth. This happened about 5 years ago now. I had gone through a rough breakup, and I was going through a phase where I wanted to be more independent, self-efficient, and generally more okay being alone. I would go to a lot of movies and restaurants by myself, etc. At the time, I'm living in Montana, where spending time outdoors is a prime recreation. Camping solo seems to be a very good exercise in truly being self-reliant, so I packed a little tent and went to the Jerry Johnson hot springs. Jerry Johnson is a natural hot spring with a few small, mostly natural pools of water in the mountains on the border of Montana and Idaho. I'm trying to keep this as brief as possible as I don't want to go into too much detail. What I will say is that it's truly in the middle of nowhere. From the interstate, it's about 1/3 of a mile hike across a bridge into the woods, and from the interstate, it's about a 45-minute drive in the either direction that you've come from before you find any kind of civilization, which is only in the form of a gas station. There isn't a motel or anything attached to the hot springs like you get in some places. It's literally nothing but forest land with a few tiny ponds of warm water, and if you ever go, you'll probably be the only one there. There's plenty of daylight, so I decide I'll go and soak first, and then set up my camp when I'm finished. I make the short hike to find that there's a couple, a man and a woman in their late 30s-ish, in the main pool, and they look very startled at the sight of me. I say a friendly hello from a distance as I approach. At first they don't even reply, just stare. Then the guy pipes up, "What are you doing, man?" I tell him I'm confused. He then says, "Is that you that's been creeping around the woods watching us for the last hour?" I assure them that I have no clue what they're talking about, and they begin telling me that there's someone in the woods way off the trail. Apparently, they've been yelling at him and he doesn't respond. He'll walk away into the woods for a while and reappear somewhere, just watching. After they've been assured that it isn't me, I get undressed and get into the water. Their pupils are huge, like they've ate some mushrooms. I've never asked, but it seems pretty obvious. It's not a big deal. It's basically the perfect setting for it, I guess, but it makes me wonder what they're doing. We talk for a while, first about the creepy guy and then other stuff and the mood lightens, and I'm relieved not to be alone now. I'm a relatively large guy, and I guess there's strength in numbers. No more sightings of the creeper. They get out before me. I'm in the pool by myself for about 10 minutes before I hear shouting in the woods. I decide to cut my soak short, just in case someone's in trouble. I get out, dry off quickly, and get dressed still moist, and I hear a shout. I start quickly hiking. I eventually come across a couple shouting off into the woods things like, "We've got a gun," which they don't. I ask what's going on, and they say the guy was just ominously standing in the path looking at them in the distance. When they started to shout, apparently he retreats into the woods, now out of sight. For all of this though, they never got a good look at him. We walk back to our cars, decide we'll camp near each other. There's an official campground, but you have to pay. The guy tells me he knows another spot which is relatively flat that would work. I agree and follow them. It's not very far. They set up their tent and I set up mine about 100 yards away. I want to give them plenty of space to trip or whatever else they're gonna do there. We're in a dry season on raw forest floor, so neither of us made a campfire. I got all set up and just sat around reading a book and enjoying nature. The mosquitoes made me retreat into my tent at about 6 PM, and by 9 I'm asleep. At about midnight, I was awoken by the sound of screaming. I grabbed my flashlight and .22 pistol, put on some shoes but don't tire them, and start running towards the other tent. When I arrived, the 2 men were standing outside of the tent with their own flashlights, completely losing it. They said they'd been there, and apparently the guy was there too. They showed me a slice in the wall of their tent that apparently he made with a knife. They haphazardly packed their stuff and hurried away, getting back to their cars. I only realised that I hadn't grabbed my own stuff. I say if they could go back with me, and they said, "Sorry man, you're on your own." I thought about it for a minute. I could come back the next day and get my stuff, but it was over an hour drive in any direction. I did have a gun, but if someone shot at me, even in self-defense, that would be begging another kind of nightmare that would last the rest of my life. I decided I would go back for my stuff. I killed my flashlight and basically went stealth ninja mode back into the trees surrounding the clearing where my tent is. My thought was that if it was really quiet, then I could hear him, but he couldn't hear me. It took me about another 20 minutes to get to where my tent was. When I got back to my tent, it's untouched. I quickly threw on my backpack, put my flashlight in my mouth, grabbed my tent in its fully assembled state with my sleeping bag, still inside, and ran back to the car with a loaded .22 revolver in my hand, stabilizing the awkward tent. I get back to my car and drove away. Now, what didn't really occur to me until later is that I never actually saw that guy, and to this day, I can't even be sure if he was actually there in the woods. I kind of doubt that these people would have sliced their own tent, but at the same time, they were happily hanging out in the wilderness all day, miles away from others. It's possible that they were just messing with me, but if so, they deserve an Oscar, because they seemed absolutely terrified. I hate to think what would have happened if I hung around to find out the truth. I was in the woods with 3 friends at night. A friend's house was nearby, and I was getting hungry, so I went inside to find some food. Another friend came inside with me. 2 friends were still outside. Later on, one of the other 2 who are outside comes in and sees the indoor friend on the couch next to me. They panic and immediately run back outside. I poke my head out the door asking what's going on, and they yell loudly, "That's not Kevin." Everyone come inside and calms down a bit, and the story comes out. They thought the person indoors is with me, Kevin, and have been outside the entire time with them. Why? Because in the darkness of the woods they see a silhouette about the same height walking alongside them silently. Then at some point it ran away, and they were chasing it thinking it's Kevin. The reason my friend called out "that's not Kevin" was to stop the last outdoors friend from chasing whoever there was deeper into the woods. We still have no idea who it was to this day. I grew up in the Midwest about 10 years ago, and I moved to a small coastal town in the Pacific Northwest. When I worked there, I worked for a company that runs cable rentals and a water taxi service, transporting campers and hunters, and sometimes freight to various locations, sometimes just 20 minutes away, others it was hours. Now during the winter, a few years ago, we had a couple staying in one of the very basic cabins, like the kind you get at summer camp. My understanding was the guy Dick was taking a class at the trade school in town, so he'd be gone all day, while the woman Jane stayed at the cabin with their 3 dogs. We never saw her outside while he was away. Now one day, Jane burst into the cabin in tears, Being hysterical, she told us Dick had been beating her for days, starving her, that he'd been locking her in the cabin while he was away, that he even threatened her with his dogs. So we immediately called the police, and while we waited for them to arrive, she told us the details of their relationship. Jane's from South Africa and a wealthy family. Her father recently passed away and she got some inheritance. She'd met Dick on a social media site, and he sold her on some bogus dream of building on a remote lodge. He convinced her to transfer all of this money, and apparently he was spending it on property. Jane was totally at Dick's mercy. She voluntarily transferred the money to him. It was evident that she'd grown up wealthy. She didn't have an idea of how to care for herself. By the time the police arrived, she had reversed her story. She wouldn't tell them that he'd hit her, threatened her, or locked her in the cabin. I walked over to the other side of the cabin to talk to Dick with the officer, and of course, he denied everything. The cop was very frustrated. It was clear Dick was mistreating her, but he didn't have enough evidence to make an arrest. I told Dick that he needed to leave the property anyway. I didn't want him there, and the woman didn't want to go with him. Jane managed to get in touch with a friend in the US who brought her a plane ticket, and another employee and I offered to drive her to the airport in the city, about 200 miles away. Now that very night, Dick left without any issues, and the last thing I said to him was that he can't come back, and if I ever saw his truck in the area again, I'm gonna call the police and assume the woman's in trouble with no hesitation. I really felt terrible for the woman. She basically made a bad investment and had little hope of recovering the money. Months had passed. It was well into the summer, and I'd forgotten about the incident. I had heard Jane had gone back to Dick, and they're out in town. This is from another taxi operator. He'd been transporting them to and from their remote property because Dick wrecked the boat he bought with Jane's money on a rocky beach. One day, I answered a phone call from a very distraught woman from the other side of the country. She was desperately trying to find her son, who answered, and Dick had posted online looking for help to construct his remote property. She'd just been calling water taxi operators to ask if they knew this guy Dick. Apparently, her son Mike had called from a satellite phone out of the property and told her he was in danger. They weren't getting along, and Dick finally ran him off the property. The property was out in the middle of nowhere, accessible only by sea or air with no roads. You can't tell someone to leave because they don't know where to go. Mike's mother relayed to me that Dick wouldn't let him sleep in the cabin, that he wouldn't share food and would even chase him with a rifle when he realised Mick had a satellite phone. It was lucky he managed to call them out. Mike's mother called with the intention of hiring us to pick up her son. I said to her, "Miss, this is an emergency, you need to call the police." And I contacted the police and Coast Guard immediately, and they jointly dispatched a boat and helicopter to the area to rescue this guy. Mike is rescued safely, and Dick was arrested. Jane was there too, but refused to come back with the police and stayed at the cabin. Mike came out to the office a few days later. He gave me a big hug and says thank you. He was convinced I'd saved his life, which was a nice statement, but in my opinion, it's the police and Coast Guard that actually saved him. Now, he gave me some details of the experience, that Dick had actually taken several shots at him for a while chasing him through the woods. He told me when Dick caught up to him, he held him at gunpoint, made him naked and locked him in a shipping container that's on the property, convinced he was gonna die. He was still locked in the container when the police arrived. Mike never stayed for long, but I was impressed that he took the time to come out introducing himself, and I wished him luck. Dick is charged with attempted murder, but they were dropped. Mike ended up with a hefty settlement from the inheritance money that Dick swindled from Jane. I received a phone call later that summer from a property and a reporter in the city These were asking about what happened. I agreed to tell him what I knew on the condition that he doesn't mention my name or that of the company I work for. The other night I was having a few beers with my old neighbour Al, a young guy had moved into town last year. The story popped into my head, and when I mentioned Dick's name, he perked up. They worked together at a shipyard. I can't believe it, this guy's back in town, without Jane this time working a minimum wage job. So in Canada, we have a scout system similar to the US. Our system by level is beavers, cubs, scouts, and venturers, so this happens during the cubs. So, there was this house on the property of the camp. It's beautiful. It's a really nice wooden one. I really like it there. Now during this time, all the troops around us gathered for a camping weekend at the house. There was maybe 7 troops gathered. We'd be doing wooden car racing, etc. The house was split into 2 rooms, one for males and one for females, and there was a closet door that connected the rooms. At the time there's about 20 guys in one room and about 15 females. We'd be sleeping on the floor with our sleeping bags. After brushing, me and the guys went back to the guys' room. We're talking about things, and one of the kids said that this place is haunted, and that the closet that leads into the girls section is where somebody was hanged. Now I'm not gonna lie, I always felt strange in that doorway, so much so in fact that I specifically put my sleeping bag across the other side of the room. There was also an air vent there, and I'm afraid of it, so then I move in the middle of the night and try and get between the 2 things. Now on that night, after the counsellors shushed us to sleep, cause you guys know, we talk for hours on end if we can't sleep. It's around 4:30, I'm awoken, my head facing towards a closet. I notice that something is going down. The closet door is slowly opening. I was kinda stunned. Girls shouldn't be peeping on guys. Then when I saw the shadow, no bigger than 6 foot, it was crazy tall for its size. Now, best I can describe this from memory is like the colour Vanta black. It was very blurry but crisp until in the middle. It slowly inches its way across the wooden floorboards, no sounds even. It just silently passed each kid as it went by. I didn't want this thing to see me, so I turned my head. It passes more kids. Now I really don't want it to see me, so I'm really trying to lay low, but I'm trembling. I don't know what it wanted. It kept moving slowly, passing a few kids ahead of me, then it happened. The closer it got, the more I felt dread. Not only did I feel dread, but the air's getting colder physically. I felt the strangest sensation when it passes me too. I was maybe a feet from the door, so when it went to the other entrance I'm at, I'm not joking, it was literally turning the doorknob. It pulled the door open and slowly exited. Before, strangely enough, the door shuts itself. That morning, we're getting up from bed and walk down the rickety old steps. One of the kids said, "Did you guys see the shadow last night?" And maybe 4 kids' eyes widened. We all blurted yes. We talked about it for a short time, and let's just say, after that experience, everyone's sleeping bag was on the other side of the room. So this isn't related to hiking directly, but I was out in the country lands of Texas, on this remote trail mountain bike that I like to ride when in town. While riding through, I saw an older man ahead of me walking very strangely. I remembered him looking up at the sky. I see him about 60 yards ahead. It's a single track, so I don't have room to go around him, so I simply stop and he hears me brake and turns to me with his head level staring at me. What happened to me next is what made my skin crawl. He starts talking, and waving his arms around, but his voice sounds nothing like he looks. It's kind of like a child talking and screaming at the same time, but this guy's obviously in his 50s. He kept talking, but it's like somebody playing a recording from his body with animations not lining up to what he's saying. I turn around and book it back to where my car is and left quickly. Now, he could have easily been a lunatic with a child's voice, but there's no other cars at the trail entrance, and he's a good 5 miles in with no gear or clothes of that of a hiker. God, I hate remembering his voice in my head. It still haunts me. I used to love to go camping in national forests and parks. It truly was one of my favourite pastimes, and to be honest, it was something I didn't really do enough. Now, I was lucky enough to live very close to a national forest, and I did take advantage of this many times. I pretty much always go hiking with a few of my friends. We'd have a good time. We didn't necessarily have to do much, but just sitting there talking to each other always made it fun. There was one summer's evening that we all went out on, and we're having really good laughs on the drive there. One of my friend's cars broke down, but it shouldn't have been funny, but we just found it hilarious because it happened to the guy where things always go left to him. Now, as we're driving, we're joking about, imagine if something happens to us today and we haven't even got enough cars to get back, and we're all laughing about this. We eventually get to the park and put both of the cars to the side. We get all of our stuff out, turn on a radio and start walking. We've left too late and nightfall's already upon us. We probably should have set up our camp in one of the designated spots, but we weren't really thinking clear at the time. We're drinking a few beers along the way too. One of my buddies has a massive torch and he breaks that out. And I'm not joking with you, it's literally brighter than daylight, it feels like. It hurts my eyes even looking near it, but it gives us more than enough light for what we're doing. Eventually, of course, that runs out of battery, and we're basically guided by the moonlight. We eventually find a spot and all of us stop and set up our tents. As we're doing so, I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. I keep thinking I see things in the shadows, but I'm sure my eyes are just playing tricks on me, so I continually tell myself that it's my mind playing tricks on me. Now, there's a point where I have to get up to pee. My buddy Kevin's already went ahead of me. I can hear him making this stupid screeching sound in the forest. I just start really laughing to myself. When I'm walking, I say, "Kevin, I thought your voice should have dropped by now." I continue walking to a spot that's out of the way of the others. Now, as I'm doing so, I can hear Kevin trying to sneak up on me. He's just moving in and out of the tree line, just close enough that I can still see him. As I turn, I can't stop laughing because it's so obvious what he's doing and it's really not scaring me. I don't even bother talking to him and I continue walking. Now from here, I can see that Kevin's actually walking on a bit of a bank. He's 6'1" or 2" now when he's normally 5'8". His arms look kind of weirdly long and I think that he's put his hands inside of his shirt to make them look different. That's when it hits me. This isn't Kevin. In a heartbeat, I scream and start sprinting back towards the others. I can hear them go dead silent as they're confused as to what's actually going on. They think I'm playing a prank on them, and when I get to them, they're all laughing. Then somebody speaks up and says, "Were you the one making them screamy sounds in the woods?" It's Kevin. He can tell by the look on my face that we need to get out of there, and without saying another thing, we pack up all of our things and get to the trucks as quick as we possibly can. We even drove the one that had the flat tire, but it doesn't matter now, we need to get out of there. As we're saying this, the whole time my buddy's explaining to me, I thought we were being followed, but I never said it. There was some tall thing following us in the tree line. I just thought I was being stupid. I frantically said, "Why didn't you tell us?" And he said, "I thought my mind was playing tricks on me." I'm really struggling to explain what I saw. Now I know for a fact that whatever was following me wasn't a normal person, or at least couldn't be made by a normal person because of the sounds it made. When I realised that it wasn't Kevin walking on the bank and this thing really was massive, it really shook me to my core. We went straight to the park ranger and he said that there was other people reporting that there was something over 6 feet moving through the forest at a jogging pace. It never seemed to let up. People described it as having fur covering its body and almost glowing eyes. They were the ones who saw this in the daylight. They sent out a patrol and couldn't find anything. All they reported was a strange odour that wouldn't seem to leave the forest. I never went camping like that again, and even if I hear animals scream, it always brings me back to that moment and realising that it was not Kevin. I've had very weird experiences before. Now I'm not from Sierra Nevada, but far north of that. I spend the majority of my free time in the summer hiking, camping and fishing. I'm familiar with the area, the wildlife and ecosystem in general. I haven't posted anything like this just because I've never had the reasons to, but I had a weird feeling once and a strange reaction with my dog. Now the dog's a very experienced dog who's quite large. He's a male and about 130 pounds. Nothing scares him. I've literally seen him square off with a mountain lion and not react. Now it was on the smaller side, but still a juvenile male. With a couple of good growls and posturing on my dog's side, it sent the cat running. Now I had another in the same area, would hear it crying. It seems to have come from the tree line at about dusk, and the dog quickly scared it off in the same fashion. It does not get spooked is what I'm saying. But there's been a couple of times where he and I are out hiking, and the woods suddenly go dead silent. Normally I'm assuming it's a predator or something, or maybe people. But those couple of odd times where he's completely fearless normally and happy, he suddenly whimpers and cowers next to me, standing on edge, clearly terrified. I should mention that a dog that size leaning on me can make me sort of want to fall over. He's nearly sent me down the side of a mountain before. Now, when this happened once, I heard a strange clicking sound that I couldn't explain. It's almost like it sent shudders through my body. But I'm not talking about a fear, like actual shudders, like when a sound's so loud that it passes through you. The one time this happened, I literally sprinted for my life. And it was almost like the second I passed a certain tree, the sound immediately continued like nothing had changed. That's the part that scares me the most. How can the sound turn off then on again so suddenly? I wouldn't have been so terrified if my dog wasn't so afraid, but that's what freaks me out. It was our second year in our new home in the suburbs, specifically in the Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City. I was 8 years old at the time when I first discovered that things I thought could just exist in stories were actually true, and I experienced it. It was a Sunday afternoon, and when we are told to get our butts moving because we're going to go to the mall, I'm really excited and happy that after a long weekend, I got to spend a day at the mall playing at the arcade, so Normally, I would get excited and active. I took a shower and was so loud and noisy that, little did I know, things were about to go wrong. I was asking my babysitter if she saw where my shirt had gone, and she pointed to the left side. And when I tried to look towards where my shirt was, my head slightly tilted to the right. Now, it didn't bother me at first. I tried to move my head straight, but as to my inconvenience, a very sharp pain took to my neck, and slowly I couldn't do anything but tilt my head to the right. I shout to everyone in the house for help, and the babysitter rushes over to me. At first I thought she's going to take this as a joke, but she realizes I'm in pain. So what we did was went to my grandmother's sister to check on me, and she replied that it's him ma Dwian, and was annoyed by my antics and that I was being too noisy, so slapping me was enough to make me realize my rudeness. A small dwarf-like creature in the Filipino folklore, from what I remembered, there were two types of them, the one that is mostly good, and evil being the other, and to my stupid luck, I annoyed the bad one. After we visited my grandmother's sister, we eventually went to the mall and ate at KFC. I specifically remembered what I ate, and it was spaghetti. After that we went home. A few days later, I could tilt my head a little bit more to the other side and look like a normal person. My mum heard what was happening to me and told my babysitter to offer a black native chicken as a peace offering. Then a day later, things go back to normal. After the encounter, we let our house be blessed by a Magamat, which is a witch doctor that specialized on dealing with things instead of hurting them. And nothing bad or paranormal happened since then. For my entire childhood, my father and I used to take late night walks due to his insomnia from shift work. Our neighbourhood is considered to be very safe, and ultimately was an urban neighbourhood besides one of the roads towards the back of the neighbourhood being lined with a thick forest for about 1.25 miles deep, which made a circle back on itself. All of these walks are very dear memories of mine, except for one, and it ended being the last one. Along the road with the tree line, there was a slight tree light to illuminate a small plot of land that somebody owned but was very overgrown and ill-kept. It was very common for us to walk this road to enjoy the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and the ease of circling back. One ordinary night as we are walking and making conversation, my father abruptly stops, pulls me closer, puts a hand over my mouth, crouches with me, and points towards a single illuminated plot roughly 100 yards away. At first, I don't see anything. I think he's pulling my leg, but as I began to look into the forest, I see a very small humanoid figure, roughly 3 feet in height, scrawny with long limbs. It almost materialized out of the bush line, and cautiously takes in its surroundings before signaling towards the bush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures materialize as well. After a brief moment of what looked to be a discussion, all 3 make a dash for the tree line. Once this happened, my father picked me up, threw me on his shoulder, and we make a break for home, which is about 1/2 mile away. Now my dad is 6'5", 220 pounds, but I'm only 120. He literally never showed a sign of slowing down. That's how scared he was. And after that night, we never took late night walks again. Instead, installed 4 bright motion detection lights on our porch. The few times I brought it up, he says he doesn't want to talk about it. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of those 3 huddling together is very vivid 15 years on. I didn't see anything, but I've had a few weird experiences out in the woods. I live near the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains. I hike up there pretty much from May to October. A few years ago, I decided to hike this pretty strenuous trail that leads to a huge rock slide. I park and notice that I'm the only person there. I have 2 dogs, get them out and start to go up the trail. About a mile in, I come to this clearing that has a huge teepee-like structure in it. The trees are woven together. I put down my walking stick and start taking pictures. There's a weird tall sapling that seems to be bent almost backwards that's woven in. I move up the trail after the pictures, and as soon as I walk past the tree structure, I immediately felt like I'm being watched, and the woods went silent. It was so weird. No bugs, no birds, no small animal sounds, dead silent. I hike by myself all the time and don't get scared or creeped out easily. I've seen bears and I'm pretty sure there's cougars up there. I keep going up and the feeling's getting worse now, being way more intense, and my dogs are acting weird. These are experienced trail dogs that don't really get weird like that. They always stay super close to me, not making a lot of noise. I realise that I've left my walking stick down by a tree structure. Oh well. I don't want to go back down there to get it. I got a quarter of a mile or so past the tree line now, and the feeling of being watched is unbearable. I'm thinking, okay, rationally, it's probably a big cat, so I head back down. The rational part of my brain is slowing down now. My fight response? Nah. I go full speed down at a 30 or 40 degree slope. I get down the tree structure and meadow and I look down where my walking stick is. It's gone. Like it's nowhere to be seen. It was pretty distinct too because it's made of aspen. I picked it up somewhere else and there's no aspen in this forest. I'm terrified. I kept running. I felt like I was being chased, but I never saw anything. Never heard anything either. Yeah, it could have been a big cat, but why did it only start after I passed the tree structure? And how did my stick go missing? I was nearly to the parking lot before the feeling of being watched finally left me. And I will never go back up there, not even in a group. I still get chills when I think about this. When I was about 7 or 8, every morning when I would wake up, I would go into my grandma's room and lay in bed with her until she got up. One morning, I go in, get some blankets and lay down with her, when I look over to the dresser, and in front of the closet, I kid you not, there's 2 6 to 8 inch men. I just stared at them and froze because I was terrified. I finally closed my eyes hard and hoped they would go away. After a couple of seconds, I opened them up and they're gone. I always wondered if what I saw in my mind was real, but I can picture it so vividly. Even what they were wearing. One had a red shirt, one had an orange shirt, and to this day, I'm now terrified of gnomes. Like I get sweaty palms and like flashbacks, almost like I had PTSD. I work for a small technical consulting firm. We have about 10 employees and 2 owners. Most of us are usually on site with clients full time. In some cases though, we have in-house work jobs that require us to go and work from the home office. My last gig ended and I had to go to the home office. Home office is a gorgeous, completely updated building 50 miles out from the city in a small farm country set about a mile back on a huge hill, with a long driveway, which is the only way in and out. The building is mostly glass, and parking is right behind the building, so I can literally turn around and see where my car is from where I sit. The office overlooks a driveway, so you can see anyone driving up, and mostly delivery guys. At first, it was really peaceful being out here. I'm an early bird, so it was a pleasant drive out in farm country. I didn't have to lock my car doors like I did when I worked downtown. I could gaze out my window at gorgeous green fields, but honestly, it got lonely, which is why when UPS would show up with a package, I'd jump up to meet the delivery guy. Point being, I'm hyper aware of who's there. Some days, I would be the only person in the office. Some days there are 3 or 4 other co-workers in between assignments or working on short in-house work. One morning, it was just me and the other co-worker here. This particular co-worker and I would walk down the long driveway and back once a day to get some steps in. We did this particular morning and came back into the building. A few minutes later, he looks over at me and says, "Look at our cars." Now we had only just walked past our cars a few minutes prior. Now all of our doors to our vehicles were open. All 4 doors on each of our vehicles. I hadn't heard a thing. No one had come up to us. The nearest farm was 12 miles away, and my co-worker certainly hadn't done it. He was sitting 10 feet away from me the entire time. Someone had walked through miles upon miles of cornfields just to mess with our cars? And leave, not even take anything. Heck, my co-worker even had his iPad on the front seat. We looked around, closed the doors, locking them, and went back inside the building. I have this horrible feeling when I'm alone in there now. It just doesn't make sense to me. I've never experienced anything like this. This happened to me about a week ago. I found a summer job at our local supermarket, and about 2 weeks in, I got asked to work late shift. I accepted since I was in need of money and never slept early. Everything was fine and dandy until about 3 AM, when a shirtless, scared up guy came in. After lingering around the store for a while, he quickly came up to the counter, making instant eye contact with me, and as I was about to ask him if he needed any help, he whispers, "Don't you dare move." I didn't answer him at first, so I asked him if he can repeat. At that point, he got agitated and yelled, "Don't make another sound or I'll cut you up, okay?" In a swift motion, he vaulted over the counter going to the alcohol section, tried to grab a bottle of whiskey to hit me with, but thankfully, he only hid a baseball bat under the counter. The moment he turned his back on me, I whack him full force in his knee. He winces in pain trying to get up. I winded my bat again, acting like I'm gonna hit him, just to see him pull out a homemade shiv of sort. I let him get up. The moment he got up, he swung at me, lightly lacerating my wrists. I pushed him back with my baseball bat, and he ran for the door and got out. The other day, I called the police showing them the security footage, but they haven't contacted me since. I think it's safe to say that I won't be working the late shift again for a long time. I'm just really glad that guy didn't cut an artery or something. If I wasn't so aware and didn't have the baseball bat, I know the situation could have ended in a far worse fashion. A few years ago, during what was probably the darkest period in my life. I worked overnights at a local Walmart 6 days a week. I would spend 9 PM to 7 AM stocking anything from fishing lures to makeup. I've never been to a more depressing environment. Everyone was really apathetic and too caught up in their own depressing lives to care about anyone else, including the managers. Walmarts have a generally wild, weird vibe to them anyway, but this was a 24-hour supercenter in rural Western Virginia, so you can imagine the characters, the meth and opioid addicts mostly, that would show up throughout the night. We had no security guards, and from what I've come to understand, a lot of cameras haven't worked properly in a while. Being one of the few young female overnight stalkers, I've encountered my fair share of unwanted advances, but the one who took the cake was the guy who showed up every time I went outside for a smoking break, regardless of the time. 2 AM, 4 AM, 6, doesn't matter. The dude would appear around the corner, trying to strike up a conversation within seconds of me stopping outside. It didn't matter what entrance I used, they're always there. At first, I assumed he worked there. I mean, why else would someone voluntarily lurk around a crappy Walmart this late? Pretty much everyone on the night shift during their 2 nightly 50-minute breaks wouldn't encounter him. Maybe the timing's a coincidence, but no, I came to find out he doesn't even work there, even though he often wore a dark blue t-shirt like that of an overnight employee. I stopped going outside alone and would only venture outside with one of my guy friends, particularly one I've been friends with since middle school. Even their presence doesn't deter him, and it became a store-wide joke. I was weirded out, but not alarmed until he started getting a little more aggressive. He'd ask me if I was seeing anyone, and would ask me out. Pretty much every chance he got. I was playing Grand Theft Auto 5 at the time, so I came up with a story about my scary long-distance boyfriend Trevor from Northern California. Even then, he wasn't fazed. I was really annoyed though and started ignoring him. Now one night when my main guy friend had called in sick and the others were working on something on the opposite side of the store, I went outside with 2 older women in my area. After a few minutes they went inside, and just as I was about to follow them, Walmart Creeper suddenly appeared and insisted on going to his car with me. He then literally tries grabbing me by my hand. I rip it away from him and lose it, sprinting inside. I report him to the head manager that night and found out that he had a cousin who worked in there. Apparently he likes to hang out with his cousin. The cousin apologizes profusely. The management's on a whole nother level of crappy and doesn't do anything. They don't even ban him or say anything. I ended up quitting specifically because of this. I found out through a friend that the guy who was still hanging out at the store every night still does this and creeps on other weird women. Apparently he tried like hell to learn my name and where I lived, stalking me for months after. Apparently he was literally constantly upset that I wasn't there before disappearing without a trace. I can't help but think about how crappy the cameras were, and why oh why I couldn't have just had better security and taken me more seriously. So I have a good friend that I work with. I've known her for 15 years, and for the sake of this story, we'll call her M. We work at a restaurant/theatre together, and often after our shift, we go to a local bar to have a drink and a talk. The bar has your usual crowd of guys looking to hit on pretty girls, though and we often have to tell people to leave us alone. Em's not the best though. She can't always do that well. She often gets sucked into having conversations with weirdos if no one is around to rescue her polite awkwardness. This happened to be the case a few nights ago. An older man approaches us and it seems harmless at first. She was alone reading and he was a professor that was drawn to people that seemed to be more intellectual. He claimed to be a regular guy at the bar and just wanted to get out and talk to feel less lonely. She pitied him and decided to be friendly. As the night progressed and he became more intoxicated, he starts saying stranger things, complimenting Em, saying things that make her feel weirded out. He mentioned something along the lines of, "I have a lot of money in my bank," and insinuated that it had been obtained illegally. Maybe he secretly sold drugs or something. All I know is that it sounded weird. He's a biochemistry professor too apparently. Doesn't add up. Em decided to head out, and she'd hoped that she wouldn't see him at the bar again for a while, but Em saw him very shortly thereafter. And not at the bar, but at our restaurant. She mentioned where she had worked to him by accident and forgotten about it. This man came to where she worked without invitation to talk to her. Like I mentioned before, we worked at a restaurant/theatre, and on the day that he came in, she was working at the bar, behind the desk where all the movies are. In order for customers to walk back there, they have to show their tickets. He didn't have a ticket, and he told the ticket man that he was Em's uncle coming to say hello. And the ticket man lets him through, not saying anything. He went up to her and started trying to have a casual conversation with her. She was in shock that he found her at work and wondered how he could be there. She politely tries to brush him off and pretended to be busy, hoping he'd leave. He doesn't. He hung around waiting for a minute to talk to her. She tells the managers about it and one of them came to the rescue, taking him out. Later one night, she was at the bar across the street again and mentioned to this bartender who didn't seem to be surprised. Apparently, it's not the first time that he's been weird like this when girls are there. He's also done this to other girls, literally following them. Maybe this is just some really old lonely person desperate for money or companionship. Maybe he's just socially awkward. But I don't know, it just doesn't seem right pretending you're someone's uncle to try and get closer to them. I hope he doesn't show up again. It's really shook my friend up and I don't like it. I work as a cashier at a grocery store, and nothing about this night would have stuck out to me if it wasn't for this event. I had till 7 PM to close shift, and the store closed at 12 AM. I clock in, and everything's the same old. However, early in my shift, I had a younger guy, probably mid-20s, come in. He grabs a soda from the cooler. Nothing special that sticks out in my mind. So my break time comes around 9 PM. I go to the back to lock out, and then head out. I go to call my boyfriend at the time, and as I'm walking out, I saw the same younger guy that I rang up the soda for over an hour ago at the lottery ticket machine. Okay, whatever. He's bored. It's not uncommon to see the same customer coming back for a second time. I make my call, and my break's about to go up, so I clock back in. I get on my lane and look over to the lottery machine and he's gone. Fast forward about 30 minutes before closing. I'm cleaning up. And guess who I see over at the same machine? Yep, shady soda guy. We make brief eye contact and he walks out the store. Over the next 15 minutes, I get so busy cleaning and making sure that the store is ready for the day shift that I forget all about the soda guy. Time to clock out, so I do so. I usually wait and walk out with the office checker and the security guard, but on this particular shift, I don't know the security guard and don't care too much for the office checker on duty, so I walk out without waiting. As I get out, I head to my minivan. As per company policy, I had to park at the end of the lot so customers can get closer to the store. As I make it halfway to my van, I see a weird blacked out car taking up 2 spaces in front of my van. And there's another in the distance. I start walking up faster with my key in hand. As I get closer to the car, I see 4 people in the car, then 2 doors open, and somebody steps out, wearing all black, the soda guy. By the grace of God, or whatever you believe in, before they fully got out the car, the security officer checker come walking out of the store, and they quickly get back in their car, literally speeding off. I don't even see a license plate. The security guard stopped and looked at me like he didn't know what was going on. I was freaking out, so rushed the rest of the way home, crying my eyes out. My brain, even after all these years, doesn't know how to process this. Was I overreacting? Was I about to be abducted? I still don't like thinking about it because it makes me tear up. At about 8 PM last night, I was walking with a friend of mine, Sally, about a mile to the closest cafe. We're both girls in our late 20s, neither of us drive. Sally didn't have her Opal card, which is the Australian version of an Oyster card. So walking, that's our only option. It's summer over here, so it was fairly well lit, and we're both walking down the main roads and not too concerned. When we finally arrive at this cafe and sit down, now I was paying with my credit card, and sure enough, it was cash only. Sally was on the phone when I got back from the counter, so I just gestured her to stay put and guard while I went to get the cash out. This is my home suburb, so I know there's ATMs around, and my best bet is a gas station about a block away. Now I'm doing a light jog so I don't keep Sally waiting, when a balding sweaty guy, probably in his late 40s with a tank top and no shoes, comes pacing behind me as I pass the corner of the block. He walked for about 100 meters. I really don't think much of it. The gas station was the next building along, and it seemed like he'd just come out of a nice suburban house along the street, and it's not the witching hour, so I just assume he's going to the gas station as I am. He didn't even cross my mind as I entered this tiny convenience store, nor did he follow me in. In my peripheral vision, I saw him walk past the door and out of sight. I look around for an ATM that they have inside sometimes. No luck. So I go up to this man in his late 30s, at the desk, reluctantly asking if they do a cash out. He smiles and says of course, saying who's with you. I have no idea who he's talking about at first, but he then points to the man from earlier, pacing around outside the store. Keep in mind, he didn't look at all menacing. He wasn't going back and forth just outside the door. He was just drifting in space outside, from the pavement to the gas pumps to the storefront, seemingly aimlessly. Maybe he's on drugs. I tell the clerk no, not thinking much of it, and he says, "He was staring at you before, and I thought maybe he's your father." I laugh it off. I wasn't concerned at all. He was still ambling around outside. I couldn't imagine him having a fixed gaze on anything. I thank the clerk for the cash, but before I turn away he says, "Just wait and see if he leaves." We wait for a few minutes in silence, and the guy begins to pace back and forth directly against the front wall of the store, looking straight ahead, but never in. It still looked like the man was just a drug addict, and seemed harmless. Not once did I catch his gaze, so I figure it's safe to slip out, where it's starting to become dusk and kind of bright. Sally was texting me, "Where are you?" I thank the guy at the desk again for his concern, assure him that I don't know the guy and am not involved in some weird scheme to rob the store. The clerk asks if I want him to walk out with me. I say that it should be alright, and begin walking away from the block. As I leave the store though, the drifting man stops pacing and makes a beeline for me from the other end of the building. I seriously don't think much of the guy at all up until this point, but now he's powering towards me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I start to power walk so he doesn't think I'm actively trying to escape him, still trying to convince myself that I'm being paranoid and should be more casual. I don't look behind me to see how close he is. I reach the pavement on the other side of the gas pumps when I hear the clerk outside. He's yelling at me, "Run!" I make a break for it, looking over my shoulder. He grabbed the man from behind. The balding man isn't even glancing behind him or trying to escape. He's literally just staring at me, running away with this death stare. I kept running until I crossed the road and then turned around, but still standing. The clerk is holding on to the man. The clerk and I are just looking at each other in pure bewilderment, not really knowing what to do. He makes a hand gesture to go and I wave thanks. I go back to Sally and we rush home a complete different way. It's a really weird experience. I'm just thankful that the gas station worker was so kind and caring. When I was younger, I worked at a gas station as an attendant. I was really hoping to do a good job to impress my supervisors, but I had a few things go wrong what made him lose faith in me. One of the scariest moments was a crazy local drove down by the station, hid in the bushes, and literally started shooting the pumps. My boss is convinced he's aiming for me, but it seemed like I was an unintended target, that he was actually trying to shoot the supplies. Paint cans and oil cans suffer the most damage. I can't figure out why on earth he was trying to do this. He is a real nutcase. I was lucky that the whole thing didn't blow up that day. Freaking crazy. This happened about 6 months ago, and it's really been bugging me since. This will be long, but I must set the scene. So my family has a cabin we've had since the 60s, and I've been going there my entire life throughout the years. It's nestled in a little town of less than 2,000, surrounded in vast forest and farmland. You see cows everywhere and stray dogs that let you stroke them. You'll maybe see 30 people in a day if you go into the little town and shops around. Definition of a small country town for sure. Since I spent my entire life there, I know pretty much everyone. All my family knows everyone. Men dressed in western clothes with big jeans and old flannel shirts and belts with big buckles. Women dressed in jeans and tank tops with country factory logos on them. They're all nice enough and keep to themselves. So I'm driving up there one night to meet my parents since they had been gone the night previously to open the cabin for spring. My boyfriend has also flown in so he can finally meet my family up there. I'd been driving until it got dark. About a 2-hour and 10-minute drive from my house, and he had been taken over driving from around 10. There's a little national park close by, about 15 miles of total land. Since I'd fallen asleep and couldn't give directions, he decided to log the address into the GPS. It took him through the back way through the park that I never drive through. So when he woke me up to ask me where the next turn is since the GPS said he couldn't go either way, it took me a minute to figure out where the hell are we. There were no lights anywhere, and we're the only car for about 15 miles. There's long forest with tall giant trees on either side of the road, with a lonely deer or two in the woods to keep us company. I mentioned switching drivers because I remembered that road, which would lead directly into the intersection that would go through a small community up to the mountain by my cabin. But it was prime. Leave a tow baby on the side of the road and kidnap someone when they check it out territory. It was dark enough that the forest was thick enough that we joked some cult members are probably there. Hell, maybe they are. Needless to say, we decided stopping isn't a good idea. We eventually passed through a small clearing/intersection with a dinky concrete building on the side of the road with one light on, and a car pulled in the slanted gravel ground. My boyfriend drives forward. He then sees that there's 2 people there. My gut immediately twisted, and I start to feel sick. Sick enough to feel ice cold sweat running through my hair, and my veins now are pumping through to my stomach. You never see people at night here, and it's 2 teen boys in fact, wearing nice clothes. Night shorts and obnoxiously coloured sport workout clothing, aka very out of place, like something's wrong. They see us coming and walk away from what appears to be an old beat up car, probably from the 1960s, and it's important to note that this was completely gone of any paint and rusting. They smile at us and wave. I don't have a clue who these people are, and I'm starting to hear noises around us. I knew a gas station was right up the road from us. They could have just walked from there, but there's no lights up the road and no reason to be here. The building around us is abandoned, but there's a light on the wall. I'm starting to think these are in on it. They walk out onto the road, almost blocking my boyfriend from going forward, who had to slow down continuously not to hit them. Suddenly the light goes out in the building. They constantly wave their arms and smile at us, saying something that we can't hear. We think about stopping but decide it's stupid to. My boyfriend quickly drove around them, slamming on the gas, trying to calm me down since the whole scene scares the life out of me. Images of getting out of the car and something stranger or worse happening flew through my head. I look behind us and they're suddenly angry, staring at us, not moving an inch, and the light flickers on in the background in the building. Who are those kids? Why were they wearing city clothes? They look too young to be driving. I know it wasn't their car. And who was in the building? We finally made it out and found the intersection we wanted that led to the familiar gas station, and he didn't hesitate when I said I need to drive next. About 10 or so minutes later, we get to the cabin and explain what happened, and my parents are terrified. God knows what would have happened if we had stopped and actually got out. I don't like to think of it. A little over a year ago, I worked at a gas station. It was one of those 24/7 ones with a mini mart inside of it, and I worked the evening shift. Now, I saw and dealt with a lot of messed up things in that store, which just led me to roll my eyes when people were doing or saying creepy stuff. Hell, if I had $1 for every time I was threatened with death, I'd be retired now. So one night, I was out in the store restocking shelves when one of the regulars came in and started talking to me. He was a full-blown druggie. He would have been in his 50s. And he was tweaking while sitting on me. By this point, I'm used to weird stuff and ignore it. He said some messed up things to me though. Something about what he wanted to do with me. I zoned in and out of what he was saying. It wasn't uncommon for him to ramble about weird acts and other gross things. I tell him that I have to get back behind the counter because my co-worker needs me to make coffee for a customer. He was a bit irritated but said that he would talk to me later and left the shop. After making coffee, I had to restock drinks, but the day team hadn't emptied the trolleys of boxes, so I took out the boxes to the big bin. The bin is located on another side of the store, but there's no cameras, so people inside the store can't see you there. That used to make me nervous, but I had been there longer than some of the people who had come through, and was used to the environment. As I was throwing the boxes in the bin, the tweaking guy from before comes up to me, grabs my arm. I tried to play it off like he's goofing around and laugh and say something like, "Hey, I know you like me, but you can't do that. My husband's gonna get mad." Sounds like I wasn't trying much, but with people like him, it was best to remain friendly. The last time someone was more firm, he got knocked out by a right hook, and I was a lucky girl who got to witness it and call the police. He then gets angry and says, "I told you I was gonna have my way with you." Now, I've stopped smiling and I'm scared. He shoves me against the bin and goes to unbuckle his belt when glass smashed. One of my favourite customers was across the road at a pub and saw him go straight for me, knowing his reputation, knowing something bad was happening. And when he saw what was going on, he smashes a bottle over his head. Cops were called and I don't see him again. As for the guy who saved me, I'd given him free coffee for a month. I refused outright to take out the boxes now. I'm just glad I got off okay and was saved that day. Probably the weirdest thing that happened to me in my life was when I was driving to a gas station one night. Now, I was on a very long road trip at the time, heading from college to home. I literally had to drive hundreds of miles, and I'm in the middle of the backwoods, not seeing cars or buildings for miles. I'm starting to get worried because of how low my gas is running. I'm really thinking that I'm gonna have to tent it out here in the middle of the night or something, the last thing that I want to be doing. And hey, did I forget to mention that I'm terrified of the woods? Just as I'm thinking this, I decide to switch on the radio to try and calm my nerves. Even worse, they're playing ABBA songs. I really don't like ABBA songs, and I continue going. Luckily for me though, I've got the moonlight to help guide me, even though that my headlights aren't doing much to penetrate the woods. We now entering the dangerously low gas territory, and I'm worried. But lo and behold, what do I see? An old gas station up ahead. Ah, thank God, I think to myself. I was getting worried there. I pull into the gas station and stop for a second before getting out. I have a really weird feeling. I know it's quiet where I'm driving, but it's just far too quiet up here. I look around and don't see anyone. There's no one near the counter either, and it looks abandoned almost. I then hear a voice on the intercom. Yeah, just go pump your gas, we'll help you in a minute. In a horrible raspy old voice. Now the very second that I go to unlock my door, all of the lights shut off. I know it's not a power outage either, but I can still hear the sounds of the intercom not being turned off fully. Needless to say, I turn my engine key. I'm shaking so much I can't even put it into gear. Not to worry, adrenaline takes over, and I speed up to 60 like I've never drove so quick in my life, and don't bother looking back. As I've been driving for about half a minute, I can see lights in the distance behind me. I'm scared to look. Turns out, all of the lights are on again in the gas station. I have no idea what happened that day, or what they were planning to do with me. Things I do know for a fact though is that they purposely turned off the lights and were purposely waiting for someone to come there. And I also know that there was no help or way to find me if anything happened out there. My family loves to go on vacation in Sweden, and my grandmother even has a cottage in the forest that all the family members use if they want. A couple of years ago when I was 20, I was on vacation there with my mum and grandma sometime in autumn for about 10 days. This is a Swedish backwoods. We go there to unwind, to enjoy nature and take a rest from civilization. Hiking, canoeing, and looking for stuff, sitting around the campfire, and just them sorts of things. It's not completely isolated. You can find some villages and fields here and there. It's definitely very rural though, so you don't have much of a chance of encountering other people. Now, I've always liked to go exploring on my own, finding out the new paths through the woods, fixing our old maps to reflect the landscape better. The maps you can buy of this area haven't been updated for years, and many paths don't even exist anymore due to overgrowth. What I also like to do is explore old abandoned buildings, and rural Sweden's great for this. Back in the 1800s, Swedish people in the countryside were dirt poor and starving. So many moved to the New World for a better life. You can still find the foundations of farmhouses, even foundations of entire villages in the woods, sometimes with rusted 100-plus-year-old farm equipment. Also, like so many countries, Sweden has an issue with rural exodus nowadays, with middle-aged and young people moving away to cities. Old people stay out there until they die, and no one buys their houses until they're literally just sitting there abandoned. This means a lot, so you can find many empty houses in the forest, and I just love exploring them. Most of them have already been looted, presumably by hunters, loggers or hikers, but sometimes you can find interesting things. Now, one crisp autumn day, I took one of our bicycles, a map, and something to eat and drink. Told my mum and grandma I wanted to be back by nightfall, and at the latest, would be set out to explore there. On the map I had chosen, there's a wide loop that I guess would take about 3 hours if the paths were clear and didn't stop to explore. But even if I did, I guess I had plenty of time until dusk. I had a lot of fun at first, driving the mountain bike down smaller and smaller forest paths, finding foundations of old buildings and some root cellars that were still intact and some mushrooms. I have some problems with the map though. Like I said, many paths that are still on the map don't exist anymore, so I had to turn back a few times, but mostly I had a pretty good idea of where I was. Of course, that made it all take longer than I anticipated, and when I reached the furthest point of the loop and turned into a path that according to the map would take me back and add an hour, the sun's already setting now. At this point, I'm already feeling a bit uneasy, I have to admit, because of my bad time management and because I was worried that I could trust the map even less than I thought. And shortly before turning onto the path, I found some traps in the woods that kinda creeped me out. 3 big cages, each with a platform in the middle that was connected to a steel door in front. On those platforms were some kind of animal remains, rotted black things with bones sticking out, etc. But it hadn't been touched, I guess, since the doors were still open. I had taken a stick and deactivated the traps by pushing onto the platform through the cage bars. When the doors had snapped shut, it was so loud that I flinched. Now, as clumsily as I was cycling along on the uneven ground, I realised the sun's setting. I had this uncomfortable feeling that everything around me was sort of aware, if that makes sense. It wasn't the feeling of being watched, not quite yet. It just felt like I had to try and be quiet now, somehow. After a while, I came upon a crossroad in a more open area where I was supposed to follow the path straight. The trees were not so high here, and I guessed it had just been one of the clearings created by a severe storm years ago. At that crossroad was a tiny wooden building, somewhere between a shed and a cabin. I had originally set out to find abandoned houses so far, and have only seen a couple of foundations. So even though at this point I should have turned back, curiosity gets the better of me. I want to check if this was locked and if I could take a peek inside. It's not locked, but the door was kind of stuck in the frame for a moment until I could tear it loose. Inside the cabin was a cot, a tiny oven, a mass of taxidermy animals that I've never seen before. They've even taxidermy animals on the cot and on the oven, now to the walls and ceiling, and the entire inside of the cabin, every inch of it's covered in a layer of black mold. It was so much that some of the animals were there and you couldn't really tell what they were anymore, only guess from the shape. They all looked monstrous covered in that stuff, and the smell was overwhelming. I quickly tried to close the door again, but the wood had warped so much it's not possible, so I left it hanging to get out of there. As I was cycling away from the cabin, I felt so strange. This time, I did feel like I was being watched, and was nonsensically thinking, you should have closed that door. I don't know why I thought that, but it made me uneasy to think the shed door's open. I told myself I'm being silly, because why would it matter? Obviously no one's using it anymore. And about 10 minutes later, the path entered a stretch of older woods with much higher trees. The sun was now close to the horizon, The sky's full of orange light. Under the fir trees, it was already getting very dark. I checked my phone to tell my mum that I'm maybe gonna be late, but there's no reception. A couple more minutes into the dark forest and the path disappeared. At this point, I have two options. Try and push through with my bike until I met a logging road that was hopefully on the other side of that stretch of woods and it can take me back. Or return. Go past the mole shed again and try go back the other way. Basically, the second option was not an option for me. As I already said, I kind of had to zigzag and improvise even to come this far because the map's wrong in every place seemingly. Going all the way back is a perfect way to get lost out there in the dark. But also, I really don't want to go past the shed again. And now I have a sudden aversion to look behind me. As dusk was creeping through the forest, I was getting really paranoid at this point. The uneasy feeling crystallized into the idea that I've disturbed something there. Because I've left the door open, it's following me. I know it's stupid, but I can't shake the feeling. Going back past the shed, past those traps, and then through the ruins of that old village, past the open mouths of the root cellars in the dark, getting lost in there with the feeling of something possibly on my trail. No way I'm going back. You might even get lost trying to go through the woods in front of me. And I would have to push, maybe even carry my bike. For the woods don't seem to stretch too far in front of me, only left and right, so it seemed like the better option. I was just hoping at this point the supposed logging road on the other side's still there. After tearing through some barbels for a bit, I found what I guess might be the remnants of the old path, because the ground was sort of lower there, and I tried to follow that until I come upon another set of ruins. The foundations of some farmhouse presumably. Behind that, the ground slopes down into a marshy area with birches that seem very white in the gloom under the trees. At this point, I stopped to listen. I still don't want to turn around. I couldn't hear anything, but the feeling of being watched, being alone, only increases at this point, and I felt like something was coming for me. But like the forest itself was somehow aware of my presence, listening, watching, like it was being deliberately quiet. I was feeling so scared that I didn't even try and talk myself out of the feeling anymore. I just accept it as what I'm dealing with now. I had some leftover food in my backpack, half a sandwich and some sesame snacks. And then the mushrooms I found earlier. I took it all out, laying it on a stone on one of the walls that surrounds the ruins. I then said something along the lines of, "Please let me go, I'm really sorry. I won't come back here again. I just want to go home, please. I'm sorry." Or something along the lines of that. And after that, I grabbed my bike and went down into the swamp, still looking back only partially. Luckily, it turned out it wasn't a large swamp or anything. Really just a wet patch for about 200 meters until the ground sloped downwards again, then upwards. Still, it took a while because of the bike to get out of and really hurt my calves. And I can't really see anymore and was constantly stepping into puddles getting stuck. When I emerged on the other side, I was absolutely soaked in sweat. And my heart is absolutely pounding. And then, wouldn't you know it, the trees opened up, and there it is, the logging road. I could have cried with joy and relief in that moment. I stepped onto the road, and turned to look behind me, but I can't even see the swamp through the trees now. It's almost pitch black there, but luckily there's some moonlight, and the light on the bike also worked. I climb on my bike, pedaling home as quick as I can. About half an hour later, I even had some cell phone reception for a moment, so I can call my mum and tell her what happened. Well, I told her I got lost. I didn't want her to know that I worked myself into a panic and got into a dangerous situation, that I had a horrible feeling I couldn't shake of being followed. By the time I arrived to our own cabin, I'm completely exhausted and overwhelmed by what's just happened. It's honestly almost putting me into a state of shock thinking of it. I have no idea what was out there, following me or watching me. I don't know why there were so many taxidermy animals in there and it was full of moss and mould. I can't believe something was out there stalking me in the darkness for God knows how long. I've never had a feeling like it in my entire time out in the wilderness since, or before then. It still gives me nightmares to this day. I was 12 or so at the time. Some friends of mine are in the Girl Scouts and invite me to join them for a sleepover at this old sanitarium in Maine, just north of San Francisco. At this time, 50 years ago now, the building's not in the best of conditions. There was an old caretaker's cabin and some outbuildings. My friend and I have wandered around and explored for the first day, Saturday, and well, we're not the best behaved little monsters. In spite of the locked door, we crawl through a window into the caretaker's cabin exploring there. My friend went upstairs and I stay in the downstairs part as a sentry. Already nervous, I was even more jumpy when I heard someone coming down the stairs, but it wasn't my friend. There was no one there, at least I can see. Now fast forward to one evening. In an attempt to go to sleep, we're overtaken by giggles. Now, one of the counsellors separated us so the others can sleep. I was placed in bed in this little sunroom thing. It was an enclosed room, but with windows on 3 walls. Now, the wall I'm facing actually has a set of French doors and a balcony. Now I'm awoken by a strange sound. It's about 3 in the morning, and everyone else is asleep. I then watch a woman in an old-fashioned dress walk past the doors through to the balcony, look at me, then descend the stairs silently. I figure out it's just a counsellor, until I wake up in the morning and realise that there's no stairs. We explored every acre of that place and never found any signs of where she could have went. And none of the counsellors were up at that time either. Now I'm not one to believe in the paranormal, but I had one experience I simply cannot explain in any other way. So my family owns this old cabin out in the wilderness. It's half derelict, and to be honest, I don't even stay in there because I hate the spiders that I know are above me. I instead sleep outside in my tent. And one night, I'm doing exactly that, thinking, wow, I'm glad I'm in here, not in there with all them spiders and the real danger. At that very moment, I can hear a piano in the background. I think my phone's on, so I go and check it, but it's on charge and there's no sound coming from it. I unzip the tent, and I can see a torch and a white piano. I've rubbed my eyes because this makes literally no sense to me, and this is where the sound's coming from. I pull out my binoculars and sure enough, there's a piano with a torch next to it and sound coming from it. Hell nah, I think to myself. I look around for people and see no one. I go inside the tent again, going to get my rifle because I'm very scared now. Just as I come into the tent, the sound stops. I come out of the tent and it's gone. Only the torch remains, so it's been knocked over. My dog is absolutely terrified at this point too, so I know something's up. I grab my stuff near my tent and just get the hell out of there with my dog. I've never been back there since, and I still have no logical explanation for this whatsoever. I really wish I had a reasonable answer, but I have none, and I've never seen anything like it. Me and my dad, and younger brothers and mum were all staying in this lovely cabin out in the forest one winter. It was close to Christmas time, and we love staying out there. We're a wilderness family, and my dad's big on hunting, so this was a great time for us, and I have a lot of my most fond memories here. Now one night we're staying in the cabin, and my mum just can't sleep. My dad says she's just being paranoid and that she could go back to bed, but she refuses to. Just as I wake up, and my brother does to hear this, we hear an extremely high-pitched sound that we've never heard before, and literally, all of the windows simultaneously blow out on the cabin. My mum and dad don't take a second to react, rush us into the car. My dad gets his shotgun and does a quick sweep around. He can't find anything. I never seen him look so scared, and hops back into the car, and we drive out of there. A few years later we get the windows replaced, but we end up selling the place. When I speak to my mum and dad about it to this day, they still get very scared and say they really don't have an answer for what happened. When I was younger, I used to love go exploring the woods and forest with my friend. Now, we used to have to lie about what we were actually doing, because there's no way in hell that any parents in their right minds are going to let their kids do this. But we were lying and did so anyway. Now we set off like normal one day, and it began to rain heavily. I already slipped on a rock and ended up twisting my ankle, so I wanted to go home. However, my friend, James, wanted to stay out later. I was hesitant but said fine because I had nothing better to get on with. So we're going about exploring when we realise how dark it's getting. Not to worry, we have flashlights. We shine our lights around and hit a dark object. We both focus our lights simultaneously and hey, it's a cabin. It's a really old looking one too. We both look at each other and smile, really excited to go and explore in there. My friend James says as a joke, last one to get there is a loser, and jogs off, and what happens no less than 4 seconds later? Twist his ankle like me. He's in some pain, but I literally cannot stop laughing. I still think it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I eventually catch up with him and say we've really got to get heading home now, but not before we explore in here. As we're doing so, I get this horrible feeling like we're being watched. Something just feels off and I don't know what it is. I get worried maybe an animal's in there, so decide to throw a log in. As I do so, I hear an extremely loud thump sound, and snap. It scares the life out of me and I actually fall over. "I can't believe you're that scared, man," my friend says to me, and I say sharp, "I didn't think the floor was that weak." I throw it through the window, but it also props the door open. And as it does so, to my horror, I can see this place has been booby wrapped with a bear trap, and I've just set it off, and some other trap in the background that I can't actually see. And the feeling of being watched? It's getting worse now. We both look at each other terrified, knowing that we can't even run if we want to. We both link arms and kind of support each other's hurt legs and get out of there as quick as we possibly can. We both swore never to tell our parents what happened, but looking back on it now, it's absolutely horrifying to think that someone booby-trapped a cabin in the middle of the woods, obviously trying to lure people in. And that was almost us. If it wasn't for some stupid injuries, my friend would have sprinted in there and trapped himself, and God knows what would have happened, or it could have been myself. Over the years, I've had a handful of scary stories, but by far, this is the most weird. I grew up in the South, with tons and tons of beautiful places to see that haven't been taken over by concrete yet. It's nice, but along with that, it's boring. Being a teenager, I wanted to go out and have fun, led to mostly improvising with your buddies and hoping something good will come out of the night. There wasn't really a local spot to go hang out at like a club or cool bar, and the places that were close to this were boring because you did them so many times. I'm sure if you lived in a rural area, you can understand that feeling completely. Something that I found is a ton of employment in as a teen was just cruising around super late listening to music. I would fill up my gas tank, grab something to drink, and I would just drive around until the sun came up. It's just a way for me to clear my head and relax. The country roads were always fun to drive around at 2 AM. Well, one night, I absolutely get more than I bargained for. I can't remember what month it is exactly, but I know for a fact that it's summertime because I'm out of school, and I also remember it being a comfortably chilled night. So, if I was to guess, it had to be around June or August. I was cruising around like I always did and was worry-free, having my music blaring in my zone. I decided to head down to a park out of boredom. This particular park is at the very end of a long stretch of desolate country road, but is a really pretty drive because of that. When I say desolate country road, I don't mean that it's some dirt road that goes through the woods or anything crazy. By this I mean that it's a normal paved road, but there is nothing on it after a certain point. The entire road takes about 20 minutes to drive down to get to the park, and after about 10 minutes into the drive, houses start to spread out further and further to become no houses, and just a road leading to a park. I think a lot more of the reasons I like driving at night is because how crazy it looks, and it's kind of an adventure. The park isn't open for camping or anything. It's mostly just a lot of land with walking trails and biking trails set up through miles of woods. So obviously at around 3 in the morning it's pretty dead. I made it there and just did a slow normal little loop around drive of the park. The night before it stormed so badly I remembered my parents had to take shelter because of a possible tornado. There ended up being no tornadoes, but the storms are rough. Because of this, I came up to a fallen tree in the road that looped around to the exit on the other side of the park that must have been where the storm was. It wasn't some massive tree or anything, but I know for a fact that there's no way I would have gotten over it in my car, obviously. It's pitch black everywhere, besides the front of my car because of my headlights, and because of that, I immediately ruled out backing up the entire way. I just drove when I entered that way. I knew it was super dangerous and there was no way. At this point on the road, there was flat land on either side of me. I figured that it would make the most sense just to back up in the grass beside me a little and then drive back the way I came. It was a one-way loop around the park, but I wasn't really worried about going out the wrong way since it's so late. So I started to back off the road so I could just turn my car around. All was good until I went to pull up back on the road. I totally didn't take into account how wet the grass was and the amount of mud. My car goes nowhere. My back tires are completely stuck and they're spinning in place. I was trying to floor the gas pedal. I start to become pretty scared at this point. Not the most ideal of situations to be in. I immediately take out my cell phone out of my pocket, but I've got no service. I have a massive sigh of relief now, but it's sarcastic. I hit my phone and suddenly I have a bar. I call my parents and tell them what happened and where I am. They're annoyed that they're gonna have to pay for a tow truck. Both my parents drive small four-door sedans, and there'd be zero help in this situation. It's about 45 minutes away from my home, and most of human civilization. So I realize that I'm gonna be stuck out there for at least an hour before someone can get me. It's a weird feeling, but I try getting out of my head and continue listening to music. I mean, there's not much more I can do. After I kind of calmed down from the initial anger I had, I start checking out my surroundings. I didn't even notice at first because of what's going on, but in front of my car's placement is a field full of mostly deer from what I can tell. But there's tons of them. There must have been 50 eating grass. The field isn't directly in front of my car, but if I was to get out and throw a rock in that direction, I could have hit one. Now, this didn't really help out the creepiness that's going on. Look out in front of your car and see ATI reflections is weird. But it's just a field of deer. I watch them for a little bit, but I'm quickly over it and just start to browse through my social media apps. They seem to have been quicker than they usually load. After browsing my phone for about 15 minutes, I finally get a call back from my parents letting me know that a tow truck's on the way, but it's about an hour and a half from me. Still to this day, I remember hearing and having the thought, you gotta be kidding me. I understood that me and only me was the reason that I'm in this situation, so I can't really be mad at anyone else. But that was very obvious and not what I want to hear. I decided that the smartest thing for me to do is to make sure my doors are locked and lay down and sleep for a bit. So that's what I did. Okay, here we go. So I wake up 45 minutes later to the feeling of being watched. I'm not sure if anyone's ever experienced this before, and I don't know how common it is, but it's as though a sixth sense has went off in your head telling you you must wake up. Waking up to that feeling's not a nice thing. I sit up, immediately checking my surroundings. I see nothing. I look through my car very quickly for any sort of weapon, finding a pocket knife. A pocket knife. I'm very scared now. Even though I saw and heard absolutely nothing, the feeling alone is truly harrowing. I was shocked to see that the field of deer in front of me is still full. I don't know anything about the animal, but I guess I always assumed that they don't hang out in the same place for long. Not sure why I thought it, but I was surprised nonetheless. I call my parents back to see if they've heard any updates from the tow truck dude. I decided to not mention the feeling I'm having because I didn't want them to worry more, and I also knew that there's literally nothing they could do to help if I really needed it. So no update from the tow truck guy. Ah, great. The call lasted just a few minutes and I felt like an idiot. They both had to wake up for work in a few hours and now have to spend over $100 on top of all of that and are worried about me. I could tell they're annoyed at the situation but worried. I told them I'll be sure to tell the guy that I'm fine and make sure he hurries and that I'm sorry when he arrives. We hung up and I looked from the phone and immediately went from 0 to 100 in panic mode. The deer in front of me are all completely perked up, staring in the same direction in front of them. Let me remind you that there's around 40 deer in this field. Every single one stopped dead, standing still, staring. I put on my high beams and stared, waiting for anything to happen. Nothing. I tap my horn real quick. They don't even budge. They are completely still, glued to what's by them. The way the tree line was, I couldn't see that far over. I knew that they're looking into the woods by them, but where? I can't see. I could hear my heartbeat now. I grabbed that stupid pocket knife, just waiting for something to happen. I would say it was about a minute after I honked. Every single one of them in unison starts to run the opposite way, at full speed. I mean, within literally 20 seconds, the field's empty. I'm petrified in fear. I knew staying in my car is the safest thing to do, but it's the worst feeling being a sitting duck. My head's on a swivel. I was freaking out in every possible way. I assumed that it's a bear or something, but it could have been absolutely anything. I was convinced at that point it was the devil himself. I don't know what to do. I knew the tow truck was close by, but I have no idea where he is. I begin to shake because of nerves and look around to make sure nothing's by me. I'm focusing on the field in front of me. I did this for what felt like an actual eternity, sitting in complete silence and complete darkness in the middle of nowhere, waiting for someone to jump out and attack you. 15 minutes go by and I start to see lights break through the tree line. As I get closer, I see the tow truck guy. The lights on his truck felt like Jesus coming from the heavens to rescue me. He gets up to me and I jump out of my car, immediately asking if he has a gun. I told him very quickly what's happened, and something's definitely out nearby. He let me know that he had a shotgun in the truck and assures me that it's a bear or bobcat. He gave me the whole, they're more scared of you than you are of them crap. The tree was small enough for him to sort of bulldoze it out of the way with his truck and then he attached my car to his, pulling me out of the spot I'm stuck in. He was very nonchalant about what I experienced, but I'm badly shaken up. The whole time he was doing this, I still have my eye glued to the field, just waiting for something to happen. Anything. He was completely done with everything in about 15 minutes, and he told me to follow him out to his truck to the main road again. I get in my car and was ready more than anything to get out of here. We start to drive away from the spot I was in, my head on a swivel, completely shook up. As we're driving away, I look in my rearview mirror. We were down the park road just a tiny bit, but I could still see the spot I was stuck in partially lit up from the vehicle's lights and the moon. I watch in my rearview mirror, and a man comes out of the tree line where my car was, walking into the middle of the road, watching us drive away. My heart stopped beating, legitimately. I lost my breath. My eyes start to fill with tears because how absolutely terrified I am in this moment. I couldn't see any kind of details of what he looks like, or even necessarily what he's wearing. To be honest, I don't care. The feeling that I felt driving away from that spot, knowing that he was right there the whole time watching me. Watching me as I'm freaking out looking around. Watching me as I'm completely alone for a long time. Maybe even coming up to my window, watching me asleep. That's a feeling that is something I can't necessarily put into words. All those years later, it still messes with me. The entire time we're driving off, as long as I can see him, he doesn't move. He watched us in the road. A million things are going through my mind. I was scared there may have been multiple people watching us. I tried to figure out if I should start beating on the horn like crazy or not. I decide that all I want to do is get out of there, more than anything. The second we finally got out of the park and was able to be on a 2-lane road again, I fly past a truck driver doing nothing but 70 the whole way home, flying through stop signs, driving like crazy. I don't care. The only thing on my mind's home. I get inside, running there, very quickly acknowledging my parents and saying sorry and thank you. I went to my room, don't get a second of sleep. I was researching for any records of these things happening here. Escaped convicts, similar stories, etc. I came to the conclusion that the man was a squatter or something. I've read many things online about how people camp out in the woods building shelters. But what's the most scary part for me is what's unknown. What if there's so many possibilities? I never told my parents this story until years later after it happened, and I'm already an adult. It freaked them out. I never went back to that park or area again, ever. Even though I no longer live there, I will never go back there. And God forbid that this person's caught anyone else out there. Even typing this, I'm having chills up my spine. I hate that this happened so much. I hate the fact that I was asleep there, so vulnerable and completely unaware of the danger around me at the time. Me and my mum have a shared house kind of in the middle of nowhere. I mean, yeah, really in the middle of nowhere. We're surrounded by miles and miles of forests. Now, my mum has some medical issues, and sometimes when she's really tired she can hallucinate and see things that aren't really there. So when she saw someone looking in her window at night, She didn't think anything of it. I become a little paranoid and decided to sleep with her one night, and it turns out it wasn't just her medication or problems causing it. There really was someone there. I screamed and it woke up my dad. He quickly grabs a knife and runs outside to try and find whoever it was. But there's no signs of anyone, and 20 years later, we still have no idea who was watching us sleep or for how long they were doing so. So just over 10 years ago, I was fresh out of college and moved back to my parents' house for the free rent/food for 9 months or so before I was leaving the state for graduate school. Now my parents are super chill and gave me my own space in the house, but being a 22-year-old single guy and living at home with my parents is certainly not ideal, but I didn't have any other options, so I started looking for some work to pass the time and save up money. Anyway, so summer turned to winter and I haven't found anything solid. But by then, I desperately needed to spend some more time out of my parents' house, so I started looking for some part-time gigs to do, and find some light bookkeeping for a small business owner guy that my dad knew. I didn't really want to do it since it didn't pay well, and it was short term, and wasn't even a real office setup. But then again, since my parents live in the middle of nowhere, in the Midwest, I knew I had limited opportunities to make money, and this guy was going to pay me well too. About that time, a friend of mine in the city said that if I just paid him $200 a month and tied it up, he'd basically let me crash in the living room until I moved out of state. That's all I need to hear. I took the job. So my dad's friend had a construction type business that helped out with building stuff a little, but was ultimately more focused on renting out a few bobcats and large augers they owned. Also other various drills, then odds like generators and stuff. Now, this was a small mum and pop type thing where everyone knew each other, and the office only opened on days that someone's coming by. And this was just generally a mutually beneficial situation for the business owners and locals. Since I had minored in a business adjacent area and my dad recommended me, they trusted me to go in there for about 20 hours a week, check and file rental forms and make sure no one missed a payment date. The old building where I worked was about 90 years old, sitting on top of a hill, and the downstairs used to be an old country bar until the 70s, when this family bought it cheap, cleared out the bar and fenced in the property to use as parking lot area to store all their rental equipment and gear. I could generally come and go as I pleased, work any hours I wanted, as long as I got the work done. So if things were slow and there weren't any rentals for a couple of days, I'd usually go in after 7 and stay around midnight or 1, since I knew I'd be alone and could listen to music and do what I wanted. The office I worked in was on the second floor of the building above the old bar and looked out onto the long driveway. From my seat, I can easily see out of the window, and once or twice saw a family of deer or raccoons scamper by, and I always glanced out when I saw movement since it's noticeable. So up here, it's incredibly remote, very still and quiet, so if something unusual occurred, or something felt off, I would definitely notice. Now one night during winter, it snowed a few inches, and my dad told me to stay in case it causes the roads to be bad, but I had an old SUV, and more than that I just really wanted to get out of the house, so I went to work at about 8 PM, and was gonna stay until after 1. I always left the gate open at the bottom of the hill since, believe me, when I say no one ever showed up because we're in the middle of nowhere, I really mean it. I think the nearest occupied house was about 2 miles down the road, and to even turn onto our short road, you had to only be coming to our Pacific building. It was a locals only type thing too, so I'm jamming away to Fallout Boy. Now everyone makes mistakes when they're young, and having coffee watching the snow outside, when I see an orange reflection there. I'm confused, but it looks interesting. At one point, around midnight, I went downstairs to the big bathroom to do my bathroom business, then coming back upstairs and getting settled into my work. I probably did about 5 minutes of work when I glance outside and see a huge imprint of something in the snow, just below the light. It seemed like a massive dog or substantial animals rolled around there. Since I didn't notice it 15 minutes before, it had to have happened while I was in the bathroom, or maybe back when I was focused on work, since I would have seen that movement for sure. I just shake it off and assume maybe a dog or farm animals came here. It's around 2 in the morning, it's time to leave. And as always, I got out of my car, unlocked the gate, and to be honest, I'd pretty much forgotten about the imprint. But when I looked down, I'm shocked to see that it wasn't just somehow disturbed snow. It was undeniably the imprint of a human-made snow angel. If you don't know what a snow angel is, it's when you lay on your back and move your arms and legs, and it appears to be an angel. I used to do this as a kid, so I 100% knew for sure what it was, and it was deliberately made underneath the light post. But it wasn't from a kid, it's from a very large person, or at the very least, a normal sized adult wearing tons of layers of big winter clothing. I look up and saw what I already knew, that whoever had made this snow angel could easily look up and have seen me through the window. So they must have been staring at me to do this. Why else would they have done this here? Now I definitely would have seen or heard someone if they drove up to the building. Someone walked deep into the middle of nowhere in the freezing cold to do this for miles. Literally stopping in front of our building, then doing a snow angel. Weird. I glance around in the tracks. I can see some that lead to the woods. It's clear the person didn't use a road, but instead came from the opposite side, which made me instantly uneasy, since the side was just trees and darkness for miles and miles. I was definitely freaked out, because for once someone's come here, but they've come out of the middle of the woods to do so. I look around but don't see anything amiss at all, and now just want to get the hell out of there. When I get back to my car, I drove a few feet, and I realised that my boss won't be there for 4 hours, and is probably going to see the snow angel and assume I did it. I wouldn't have been that worried, but I was young and felt it's going to be something that's looked down upon from me, so I opened up the back gate and ran it over. Also, as a side note, I should mention that when this happened, the snow starts falling more heavily and I know I won't be able to see much more. I'm stood here absolutely terrified, and that's when I hear it. When I'm getting in my SUV, there's the loudest high-pitched sound laughing that I've ever heard coming from the woods. It sounded like the fake laugh that the witch in the Wizard of Oz made. Like something was doing it in a fake manner on purpose to show that they're not scared of me, or were trying to see how I was going to react to this. My god, I'm scared now. And they're doing this on our property. I knew it was close enough that they could see me, but I can't see them. After a few seconds of laughing, they stopped, and then it's just silence everywhere, except for my heart beating through my ears. Then the laughing starts, louder this time, more like screaming. I panic. Now, I spent a lot of time in that area, and I know what coyotes or foxes sound like, and that's not them. This is a person trying to emulate a woman laughing, like someone deliberately making a fake screech, trying to scare me. Well, it worked. After that 5 seconds, I immediately filled with adrenaline, get in my car, and drove like hell away from there as fast as I can without sliding off the road. Back at home, I was up all night trying to figure out what happened and tell my parents. Now I know it's definitely not anyone I know in the area that would do this because they don't live close by, and they would definitely tell me after if they'd done it. And why would they be out there that late just to prank me in the freezing cold without their car nearby? I didn't do any drugs. I didn't drink, and I have no mental issues or have a history of it in my family. I worked there for another 6 weeks and never had another issue. Though I knew where my boss kept his gun, and I always made sure it was there when I started work. Thinking of that experience, it just terrifies me that they'd been there for hours staring at me, and were waiting for God knows how long to laugh at me. I mean, I don't know how they didn't get hypothermia. It all just terrifies me. Well, where do I start? So let me give some background information first. I grew up in a very rural area. My parents have a pretty big piece of land with a nice 2-story farmhouse in the middle of it. To the south of the house is a peach orchard. The west is where the driveway is. It goes through an alley of cottonwood and peach trees, but the land is pretty open and was used for cattle farming. The east and north is dense woodland and shrubs, which reaches out to our neighbours about 4 miles away. Back then, I was working in a carpenter's shop. I just got my driver's license, and so I'm able to get there on my own. It's about a 1.5 hour drive though. We started fairly late in the day at about 10 AM. Now, the owner of the company was sort of a night owl and loved to sleep in. Because of that, we had to stay until 9 PM. That was no problem in the summer, but turned out to be a bit of an annoyance in the winter, as it got pretty dark early and I hated driving in the dark because the lights on my car weren't the best anymore. I drove a 1987 Chevy pickup, which had seen better days. I didn't have much money on me back then, so this was all I can afford. So one day in late December at about 10 or 11 years back, I left work much later than usual. I had made a pretty stupid mistake on a nightstand I was building for a customer and needed to fix it, as the customer was going to pick it up the next day. When I finally finished, it's around midnight. I cast out on my stupidity, closed the shop up tight and went to my car. There are 2 routes I can take to get home. One is on a highway, the other is through backcountry and dirt roads surrounded by thick brush and trees. I usually took the highway as it was much faster and safer, especially in dark. But this day, the highway's blocked by police because of an accident, so I took the long way home. As soon as I left the main road and made my way up dirt trails, I got this feeling, you know the one, as though something bad's about to happen, almost like an impending doom. The longer I drove on the road, the stronger the feeling I got, until it was like all of my body and soul was aching desperately to turn around, drive back all the way to the roadblock and wait until it got opened again. I tried to suppress it as best I could, and tried to convince myself that I have driven this route many of times before and I know it's safe. I'm driving on an especially tough piece of brush, and all of a sudden, my left tire popped. I did my best to keep the truck on the road and make it to a safe stop. I kept a spare tire in the toolbox, and had changed tires quite a lot on my own, so I knew it'd just be a minor inconvenience, and I'd be rolling again in a matter of minutes. That's where I was wrong. I climb up on the truck's bed, only to find that my toolbox has been broken into, and all my tools and spares have been stolen. So there I was, miles away from the nearest settlement in bear and wolf country, in the middle of the night with no cell phone or way to repair the truck. I always kept a sort of survival kit in my toolbox with a blanket, axe, fire starter, and some MREs. But it had gotten stolen too. Thank God I still had my trusty knife my sister gave me when she moved to Finland. So I made the second, but bigger mistake of the day, deciding to walk home. To this day, I still don't know why I made this decision. All I had to do was wait in my truck until sunrise, as I knew a neighbour was driving this route every day at around 8 AM. He could have taken me to town and called my parents to get the truck, but I said nah, I'm walking home. So when I went, I locked the car, took my rucksack with my belongings with me, and started walking. I couldn't have had walked for far when I got this eerie feeling like somebody's watching me. I turn around, but nothing's there. I pick up the pace to make it out of there. All of a sudden, I heard some rustling in the brushes to my left. I call out if anyone's in there, but of course, I get no answer. The feeling of being watched becomes stronger and stronger, the rustling more frequent, when suddenly the brush stopped and I come into a small clearing. That's when he spoke to me for the first time. Hey there, boy. With a weird pronunciation. The first part was spoken soft, almost gently, but the boy was like an explosion to me. He made a tiny pause in between, then spewing out boy. He's big, I guess about 6'6", wearing a long trench coat, hat, grey short hair, lifeless eyes like a dead fish. That's what really scared me. But then I see his dog. It's a massive black shepherd-like dog, looking almost like a wolf. I've never seen anything like it. I froze immediately out of fear. I hear this term, but could never imagine it being like this. I can't move. I just can't. I tried, trust me, God did I try. What you doing there, boy? He said to me. Don't you want to talk to me, boy? I still can't move a finger, but my mouth slowly starts working again. I told him about my truck, how I'm gonna try and walk home, but I don't think he was able to understand a word I'm saying, as I'm stuttering and slurring the words because of fear. He made a step towards me, his dog fixated on me like prey. He came so close I can smell this weird smell. Now there's something else I can't quite point out. I still stood there, unable to move. He took a deep breath, closes his eyes. almost like he wanted to remember the smell of fear radiating from me. He started to grin. Not a genuine, honest grin, but one of those whose eyes weren't involved, like he was somewhere else. Then stayed lifeless as they were. Be careful out there, boy. There are a lot of dangerous things out there, boy. And he vanishes into the brush, just as sudden as he's appeared. I started to throw up. My body moves again. All of a sudden, my knees feel weak, like I can't bear the weight of my own body. I collapse to the ground. My whole body starts to shake uncontrollably, and I sob with relief. As soon as I regain control over my body once again, I run. I ran like I've never ran before. I ran all the way home, which is quite a long way. I can't describe the feeling of relief coming over me when I saw the all familiar porch lights coming on and I reached the edge. Hey there, boy, I hear again. My heart skipped a beat. I scream in sheer terror, and I knew that this is going to be the end of my life. I freeze again, so I didn't stop running. God. I ran and ran and ran, and never even bothered to look back. Only when I reached the warm yellow circles of light cast by our front porch did I dare to look back. And there he stood, on the edge of the woods like he did on the clearing, with his wolf on a leash. He grins at me creepily again. I fumble out my keys as my parents locked the back door at 8 p.m. Unlocked the back door and stumbled in. Only when I've locked the door do I feel safe again. I went upstairs to my room and made sure that all of the windows were locked and the doors. When I look out of the window, he's gone. I told my dad about this when we got to the truck the next day, and he knew nothing about it. I've never been in graver danger than that. The sheer size of him was scary enough. I'm just thankful that I got out in one piece. My dad owns a small cabin up in the Midwest. Now, it was snowing heavily at the time of this incident. I was staying there on my own. I liked how secluded it was, so I could really free my mind there. One night while I'm staying there, the snow's falling heavily. I just love looking outside the window, relaxing. I have the small fire going. I'm listening to music on my phone and really enjoying myself when I hear some kind of high-pitched sound. I can't figure out quite what it is. I wonder if it's something the fire's done. Taking out my earphones, I check, and that's fine. My attention goes back towards my bed area, and that's when I see some condensation from my face clearly on the window. I go to rub it off and my heart drops. I see a handprint and go to rub that. It won't disappear. These have been made on the outside of the window. I have no option but to investigate. I'm worried that my dad or brothers come to see me and can't get in. I grab my rifle and head out. I can see footprints leading up to the window. I call out Dad and Jerry, my brother. I get no reply. I decide to follow them. Why on earth would they be up here without telling me, I think to myself. I follow the tracks a little further when suddenly they stop. And the ones I'm following are clear as day. That's when I hear the high-pitched sound again, and I bolt it immediately to my car. I don't even bother getting my belongings. something's terribly wrong here. I drive all the way home during the night time and only tell my dad the following morning. Him and my brother are both at home, nowhere near the cabin. Now what's worse is they've also reported hearing some weird sounds and seeing strange lights at night. To this day I have no idea what it was, but it terrifies me so much. In 2003, I'm 6 years old. At the time, I live in a small condo. It's 1 bedroom, 1 bath and a connected living room and kitchen with an island in between and a spiral staircase with random miscellaneous things sorted under it. I was living with my dad, with a mother who was out of the picture. It was Saturday, and I remember specifically watching Codename Kids Next Door on TV in the bedroom after waking up. My dad worked a lot, but was such a nice guy that he left the TV on with Cartoon Network playing, which was my favourite channel. During a commercial, I got up to go pee, and even though I knew I was home alone, I closed the door out of instinct. God, am I glad about that. The next thing I comprehended was the sound of an incredibly noisy spiral stairs. That can be heard literally across the condo because of how small it is. Beginning to rapidly make noises that got quieter and quieter over the course of the next few seconds, telling me that whatever made the sound was fast. As a 6-year-old, this was extremely concerning because, as I said, my dad always turned the TV on before he left work, and I knew he was long gone. So what did I do? Well, as any paranoid 6-year-old would do, when they think they half imagined it, I walk out of the bathroom and look over the 3-foot railing across from the bathroom door and next to the stairs where you walk down. And what did I see? None other than an afraid looking man looking into my living room, staying hidden under the stairs. After being terrified in the bathroom, I made a distinct effort to be quiet, so there's no way he knew I was looking at him. But he more than likely knew I was in the house somewhere. Practically guaranteed now. Okay, so there's a man in the house. I can A, yell at him to leave and maybe be murdered with literally no one around to help. Or B, I can hide, and I opt for B. I wait for what felt like hours, but in reality, it's about 20 minutes, until I heard shuffling downstairs for about a minute. Then, the sound I was praying for, the front door opening. I was still extremely skeptical, even thinking it's a trap to lure me downstairs. So I stay up, all day. Until my dad came home, who I didn't tell about the whole incident. Out of fear, I should have had, thinking he was going to get mad I didn't approach him. The crazy part? Nothing valuable was missing from the home. But you sure as hell know that I checked under the stairs every morning for the next 4 years of living there. Why he was there I have no idea. How he was there, I think he come in through a window, but I'm not sure. It's just truly terrifying though, thinking of it now. When I was about 6 or so, my family lived in an older 2-story house. My stepfather would be the first to tell you about the spooky house and the vibe it had. I often felt strange things happen, but Only once was there ever an event with multiple witnesses, yet no explanation. My parents went out one night and left my older brother in charge of my younger and I. The master bedroom is upstairs, and my parents left the window cracked. Now we're all relaxing in the living room, and outside the wind had begun to pick up. I was already on edge because of the noises the house makes in the wind. My mum was very religious at the time. In the centre of the bed, after making it in the morning, she placed her large, hardcover King James Bible. It weighs a good few pounds. Well, as we're watching TV, we heard an extremely loud thump. We all look at each other, all knowing it come from upstairs. We go to investigate, and there on the floor is her Bible. We check the room, no one's there. And not enough time for someone to get back out. Somehow, this massive book has fallen off the bed without anything else being disturbed. We left it as it was, and our mum questioned us about it when we got home. My dad checked the window inside for evidence of anyone, but there was none. Nothing was taken or disturbed, only the Bible. This happened over a year ago. Our oldest son, Camden, was 3 at the time, and our youngest son, Connor, was around 5 months old. It still gives me chills and still makes me uncomfortable even walking by it. It was January evening in PA. It was dark outside with a couple of inches of snow on the ground. We had just finished eating dinner, and I planned on giving our little one a bath. My husband drives trucks for work, so isn't home very often. It is me and the boys during the week. Now Caden's in his room playing with a toy at the time, and there's a sliding door leading to a deck. A little detail, we have no sensor or even porch light on that side of the house. At the time, we didn't use the deck at all, only to use our grill during the summer months. It is not close to the sidewalk or the next street over though, so basically it's an open space of yard off that deck. Anyway, Caden was playing in his room, waiting for his turn to have a bath while I brought Connor into the room. We were just about done with the bath time when I heard Caden's little feet running towards the bathroom. He stands away from the door and says, "Mum, there's a man looking in the side door. I think it's a mailman." Now my heart skips a beat because 1, no mailman's coming at 7 PM, and 2, the side door, as he called it, was never used. Especially not in the winter. I didn't hear a knock. I began to sketch myself out, more by thinking about how there's no light there, and one person is literally gonna have to walk through the yard in the snow, walk up the back stairs of the deck, and go to that door where the front porch light was on. So now I take Connor out of the bath, put him in a towel in his little chair, and told Caden to sit with his brother and not to come out until I said it was okay. He was confused but listens, just keeps asking what's wrong. I grabbed the biggest knife I can find, had 911 ready to call, and go get my mum a bare face on. When I walked to the side door, I shined the flashlight on my phone through the window of the door at a distance, walking up to it hopefully to scare someone away from it. Now the absolute worst fault that I have with this as a mother is that as I reach for the handle, it's unlocked. Someone could have walked right in. I flung the door open, shined my light, held up my knife and yelled "Hey!" in the most threatening voice a 5'4", 120-pound woman could make. There were footprints in the snow up the deck stairs and going down into the field and woods behind our home. I slammed the door, thoroughly freaked out, and locked it. I called the police and waited in the bathroom with the boys. While I was in there, I asked Caden, "Do you know who that man was?" And he said no, but he smiled and waved for a long time. I asked him what he was wearing. He said it looks like a mailman's uniform. The police officer came and searched the property with flashlights before coming inside. He asked me and Caden questions, and then informed me that he not only saw footprints leading up to the side deck, but to the door of our basement and kitchen window on the other side. He then suggested that I have someone come and stay with us for the fortnight, and they're going to continue to follow the footprints that are left in the snow into the wood line. My father-in-law slept on the couch that night, with his guns being the closest relative to our house. My mother was a nervous wreck. I got very little sleep that night, and I never heard back from the police. I'm assuming the tracks were loose through the woods. Caden still mentions it from time to time, but I'm just terrified of this now. I pray it never happens again. This happened a while ago, so my recollection can't be word for word, but here it is. I'm a teenager. Me and my mum live alone. We basically live in the middle of nowhere. The nearest town is a little less than an hour away, and even being close to a gas station is a very hard thing to find here. We're literally miles away from anything. I know everyone who lives near me, and we rarely ever see new people in our area of the woods. So just seeing someone who isn't familiar is suspicious enough. So this is pretty creepy. Now, a couple of years ago, it's the middle of the night. Me and my mum are night owls. We like to be awake from midnight to 6 AM, the period that most people are asleep for. My mum was watching TV in the living room. I was using the computer in the kitchen. The kitchen and the living room are basically connected, so I wasn't too far away from her, only a few feet. The front door leads to the living room. It's a door with 9 windows, so it's pretty easy to see in. My mum looks towards the door, and she saw somebody staring at her through the window. He's wearing a hood that obstructed almost all of his face, and my mum jumped, and she of course walked into the door, asking him what the hell's he doing. According to my mum, he looked pretty young, but she could barely see his face. The man said something along the lines of, "Can you help my car, please?" in a tone I can only describe as miserable and off-putting. Even though it was dark out, there should have been a light from the car. As you can see, there's no car, and the man's holding his pockets really tight. My mum said no and apologised, causing him to grip whatever's in his pocket even tighter. So tight it makes his arm tremble. He stayed for a few more minutes and then swiftly disappeared. Throughout the night, maybe 1 or 2 hours later, we'd hear slight weeping, but we didn't see anyone at any of our doors or windows. Now, I may be making an assumption here, but I can only assume it was a weapon he was holding in his pocket. This was a creepy as hell experience. It's safe to say that he was blatantly gonna lure my mum out of the house to do God knows what to her. A year ago, there was a very small metal plate jammed between the front door strike plate and the piece that goes inside of it. We have no idea how this got here, but the metal stopped the doors from locking. So I'm assuming it was put there so someone can get in later. I'm worried these things are related. I hope this never happens again. I was home alone in my previous apartment in a not so great neighbourhood. My apartment was on the ground level and my bedroom's facing a back alley. A dumpster sat less than 2 car lengths away. Homeless people often rummage through it. Now just before dawn one morning, I hear a tapping on the window. My back was to the window, my eyes are now wide open. It's still dark outside, and I sleep with my lamp on, and my worn out vertical blinds are missing a slate, causing a gap. So now it's clear in my mind that whoever or whatever the source of the tapping could now see me lying in bed, plain as day. The tapping was brief, maybe 5 or 6 taps. So I spent the next 5 seconds or so frozen, bizarrely trying to convince myself it was something/anything else but a person watching me and tapping on my window. Please God, let it be an animal. But then, more tapping. Now I was faced with the terrifying reality that someone had been watching me through my window in the dark for God knows how long, and he'd decided to tap on the window. Had one of the homeless people become aggressive during their dumpster dives? Something told me that nothing good was going to come from this. Now remember, my back was to the guy, so I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes pretending that I'm too groggy to hear him. I stand up hazily, made my way out of the bedroom as I was going to the bathroom or something. Once I was out of his sight, I ran to the phone and dialed 911, considering whether to forget my embarrassment of being in my t-shirt and underwear, and bolting out my front door, which is out of sight from the intruder. I just wasn't sure if I could outrun whoever it was, or whether anyone would help me if I couldn't. Before I make a decision, I hear a loud pop of my window being pried open. I thought my heart would jump through my chest. At the same time, I could hear my upstairs neighbour Mike descending down his stairs. I opened my door a few inches and peeked out to ask for his help. Mike's a big guy, and I heard he was trained in martial arts of some sorts. He didn't hesitate to respond, hustling to the back of my apartment to see what's going on. Within seconds, I heard rumbling and someone being thrown against a wall to the bushes. A few moments later, Mike came out to my front door telling me not to worry again. He'd beaten him up pretty bad. I wanted to believe Mike, that the would-be intruder was maybe dumpster diving, but that he would never do so again. But it gets worse. It wasn't a homeless person according to Mike. When the guy escaped, he ran to the front of my building, hopped into a red sports car and sped off. My neighbourhood isn't a red sports car kind of place. The police later told me that the intruder's likely someone who's seen me before and is stalking me. So window tapper, I still wonder what would have happened if you got inside and Mikey wasn't there to intervene. I don't know if you still follow me, and because of that, I'm scared. This encounter happened when I was about 10. My sister and I were home alone since it was during the summer. Both our mum and my grandmother were busy, so they could not stay at home with us. We were used to being home alone during the summer, so it's no big deal. The only thing we could do was not go outside or open the door to anyone. During this day, I had gotten up and started to play Sims 2 in our kitchen. My sister was watching TV in our den. A few hours into our game, I hear the doorbell ring. At first I thought it was my game, but I have the sound off. So I asked my sister if she heard the doorbell ring, and she replies she hasn't. She said it was probably just a show she was watching. I brushed it off and went back to my game. About 10 minutes later, I see a reflection on my computer of a man in a suit, his hands cupped around his eyes, looking through the glass door behind me. I turn around to be face to face with this strange man that I've never seen before. I had no idea how long he'd been there watching me. He waved at me like he knew me from somewhere. I call my sister's name, and the man hasn't been noticed by her yet. She grabs the phone quickly to call out to her grandmother. Now, we had seen the salesperson before. None of them look like this guy. He's wearing a full black suit that doesn't fit him. It was not strange enough that this guy was wearing a full suit in 99 degrees. He was also carrying a briefcase. All the salespeople I had seen only ever carried a clipboard and some flyers. But this guy, a briefcase. All the salespeople had also come at different times of the day. The next flag that came with this guy, he walked around our house coming to the back door, which during his little trip, you would have seen that there's not a car in the driveway, indicating no one's home. As I was getting up to hide, the man reaches down, grabbing the doorknob, beginning to jiggle it forcefully. Thank God it's locked. He now begins to smile, gesturing at me to come unlock the door for him. All the noise he had been making had now set off our 75-pound lab mix, making her go crazy. No way was she gonna let the guy off. My sister tells my grandmother, and apparently she's on her way. She wants us to hide in the back of her house until she could get home. My sister hands me the phone, then turns into the kitchen to grab the biggest knife we have. I can hear her yelling at the guy that we called the cops. She comes back into the room and we shut the door. She tells me after she lied to the guy about calling the cops, but he starts laughing. A little while later, we hear the door open and my grandmother calling us. We come out to meet her. She tells us that she did not see a man anywhere in sight. She had walked around the whole house before unlocking the door. She also thought it was weird if he was a salesperson, he wouldn't have stayed around. She ended up taking the rest of the day off to be with us. Also, she could watch us now in case he comes back. It's been 11 years since this encounter took place and I still have no idea who that man was or what he wanted.